Definitions under the Constitution. Article 300.
Contains the definitions under the Constitution. Article 366 contains the definitions of various terms used in different provisions of the Constitution. These are mentioned below. 1. Agricultural income means agricultural income as defined for the purposes of the enactments relating to Indian income tax. 2. Anglo-Indian means a person whose father or any of whose other male progenitors in the male line is or was of European descent but who is domiciled within the territory of India and is or was born within such territory of parents habitually resident therein and not established there for temporary purposes only. 3. Article means an article of this Constitution. 4. Borrow includes the raising of money by the grant of annuities, and loan shall be construed accordingly. 5. Clause means a clause of the article in which the expression occurs. 6. Corporation tax means any tax on income, so far as that tax is payable by companies and is a tax in the case of which the following conditions are fulfilled. A. That it is not chargeable in respect of agricultural income. B. That no deduction in respect of the tax paid by companies is, by any enactments which may apply to the tax, authorized to be made from dividends payable by the companies to individuals. C. That no provision exists for taking the tax so paid into account in computing for the purposes of Indian income tax the total income of individuals receiving such dividends, or in computing the Indian income tax payable by, or refundable to, such individuals. 7. Corresponding province, corresponding Indian state, or corresponding state, means in cases of doubt such province, Indian state or state as may be determined by the President to be the corresponding province, the corresponding Indian state or the corresponding state, as the case may be, for the particular purpose in question. 8. Debt includes any liability in respect of any obligation to repay capital sums by way of annuity and any liability under any guarantee, and debt charges shall be construed accordingly. 9. A state duty means a duty to be assessed on or by reference to the principal value, ascertained in accordance with such rules as may be prescribed by or under laws made by Parliament or the legislature of a state relating to the duty of all property passing upon death or deemed, under the provisions of the said laws, so to pass. 10. Existing law means any law, ordinance, order, by-law, rule or regulation passed or made before the commencement of this Constitution by any legislature, authority or person having power to make such a law, ordinance, order, by-law, rule or regulation. 11. Federal Court means the Federal Court constituted under the Government of India Act, 1935. 12. Goods include all materials, commodities, and articles. 13. Guarantee includes any obligation undertaken before the commencement of this Constitution to make payments in the event of the profits of an undertaking falling short of a specified amount. 14. High Court means any court which is deemed for the purposes of this Constitution to be a high court for any state and includes a. Any court in the territory of India constituted or reconstituted under this Constitution as a high court, and b. Any other court in the territory of India which may be declared by Parliament by law to be a high court for all or any of the purposes of this Constitution. 15. Indian state means any territory which the government of the Dominion of India recognized as such a state. 16. Part means a part of this Constitution. 17. Pension means a pension, whether contributory or not, of any kind whatsoever payable to or in respect of any person, and includes retired pay so payable, a gratuity so payable and any sum or sums so payable by way of the return, with or without interest thereon or any other addition thereto, of subscriptions to a provident fund. 18. Proclamation of emergency means a proclamation issued under Clause 1 of Article 352. 19. Public notification means a notification in the Gazette of India, or, as the case may be, the official gazette of a state. 20. Railway does not include a tramway wholly within a municipal area, or b. any other line of communication wholly situated in one state and declared by Parliament by law not to be a railway. 21. Ruler means the prince, chief or other person who, at any time before the commencement of the Constitution, 26th Amendment, Act, 1971, was recognized by the President as the ruler of an Indian state or any person who, at any time before such commencement, was recognized by the President as the successor of such ruler. 22. Schedule means a schedule to this Constitution. 23. Scheduled castes means such castes, races or tribes or parts of or groups within such castes, races or tribes as are deemed under Article 341 to be scheduled castes for the purposes of this Constitution. 24. Scheduled tribes means such tribes or tribal communities or parts of or groups within such tribes or tribal communities as are deemed under Article 342 to be scheduled tribes for the purposes of this Constitution. 25. Securities include stock. 26. Subclause means a subclause of the clause in which the expression occurs. 27. Taxation includes the imposition of any tax or impost, whether general or local or special, and tax shall be construed accordingly. 28. Tax on income includes a tax in the nature of an excess profits tax. 29. Tax on the sale or purchase of goods includes a tax on the transfer, otherwise than in pursuance of a contract, of property in any goods for cash, deferred payment or other valuable consideration. B. A tax on the transfer of property in goods, whether as goods or in some other form, involved in the execution of a works contract. C. A tax on the delivery of goods on hire purchase or any system of payment by installments. D. A tax on the transfer of the right to use any goods for any purpose, whether or not for a specified period, for cash, deferred payment or other valuable consideration. E. A tax on the supply of goods by any unincorporated association or body of persons to a member thereof for cash, deferred payment or other valuable consideration. F. A tax on the supply, by way of or as part of any service or in any other manner whatsoever, of goods, being food or any other article for human consumption or any drink, whether or not intoxicating, where such supply or service is for cash, deferred payment or other valuable consideration, and such transfer, delivery or supply of any goods shall be deemed to be a sale of those goods by the person making the transfer, delivery or supply, and a purchase of those goods by the person to whom such transfer, delivery or supply is made. 30. Union territory means any union territory specified in the first schedule and includes any other territory comprised within the territory of India but not specified in that schedule. Constitutional amendments at a glance. Amendment number and year. Amended provisions of the Constitution. First Amendment Act, 1951. 1. Empowered the state to make special provisions for the advancement of socially and economically backward classes. 2. Provided for the saving of laws providing for acquisition of estates, etc. 3. Added 9th schedule to protect the land reform and other laws included in it from the judicial review. 4. Added 3 more grounds of restrictions on freedom of speech and expression, viz. Public order, friendly relations with foreign states and incitement to an offense. Also, made the restrictions reasonable, and thus, justiciable in nature. 5. Provided that state trading and nationalization of any trade or business by the state is not to be invalid on the ground of violation of the right to trade or business. 2nd. Readjusted the scale of representation in the Lok Sabha. Amendment Act, by providing that one member could represent even 1952 more than 7,50,000 persons. 3rd Amendment Act, 1954 empowered the Parliament to control the production, supply and distribution of the foodstuffs, cattle fodder, raw cotton, cottonseed and raw jute in the public interest. 4th Amendment Act, 1955 1. Made the scale of compensation given in lieu of compulsory acquisition of private property beyond the scrutiny of courts. 2. Authorized the state to nationalize any trade. 3. Included some more acts in the 9th schedule. 4. Extended the scope of Article 31A, savings of laws. 5th Amendment Act, 1955 empowered the President to fix the time limit for the state legislatures to express their views on the proposed central legislation affecting the areas, boundaries and names of the states. Sixth Amendment Act, 1956 included a new subject in the Union list, i.e., taxes on the sale and purchase of goods in the course of interstate trade and commerce, and restricted the state's power in this regard. Seventh Amendment Act, 1956 1. Abolished the existing classification of states into 4 categories, i.e., Part A, Part B, Part C and Part D states, and reorganized them into 14 states and 6 union territories. 2. Extended the jurisdiction of high courts to union territories. 3. Provided for the establishment of a common high court for 2 or more states. 4. Provided for the appointment of additional and acting judges of the high court. 8th. Extended the reservation of seats for the SCs and STs, Amendment Act, and special representation for the Anglo-Indians in the Lok Sabha and the state legislative assemblies for a 1960 period of 10 years, i.e., up to 1970. 9th Amendment Act, 1960 facilitated the cession of Indian territory of Berubari Union, located in West Bengal, to Pakistan as provided in the Indo-Pakistan Agreement, 1958. 10th Amendment Act, 1961 incorporated Dadra and Nagar Haveli in the Indian Union. 11th Amendment Act, 1961 1. Changed the procedure of election of the Vice President by providing for an electoral college instead of a joint meeting of the 2 houses of Parliament. 2. Provided that the election of the President or Vice President cannot be challenged on the ground of any vacancy in the appropriate electoral college. 12th Amendment Act, 1962 incorporated Goa, Daman and Diu in the Indian Union. 13th Amendment Act, 1962 gave the status of a state to Nagaland and made special provisions for it. 14th Amendment Act, 1962 1. Incorporated Puducherry in the Indian Union. 2. Provided for the creation of legislatures and council of ministers for the union territories of Himachal Pradesh, Manipur, Tripura, Goa, Daman and Diu, and Puducherry. 15th Amendment Act, 1963 1. Enabled the High Courts to issue writs to any person or authority even outside its territorial jurisdiction if the cause of action arise within its territorial limits. 2. Increased the retirement age of High Court judges from 60 to 62 years. 3. Provided for appointment of retired judges of the High Courts as acting judges of the same court. 4. Provided for compensatory allowance to judges who are transferred from one High Court to another. 5. Enabled the retired judge of a High Court to act as a Lok Judge of the Supreme Court. 6. Provided for the procedure for determining the age of the Supreme Court and High Court judges. 16th Amendment Act, 1963 1. Empowered the state to impose further restriction on the rights to freedom of speech and expression, to assemble peaceably and to form associations in the interests of sovereignty and integrity of India. 2. Included sovereignty and integrity in the forms of oaths or affirmations to be subscribed by contestants to the legislatures, members of the legislatures, ministers, judges and CAG of India. 17th Amendment Act, 1964 1. Prohibited the acquisition of land under personal cultivation unless the market value of the land is paid as compensation. 2. Included 44 more acts in the 9th Schedule. 18th Amendment Act, 1966 made it clear that the power of Parliament to form a new state also includes a power to form a new state or union territory by uniting a part of a state or a union territory to another state or union territory. 19th Amendment Act, 1966 abolished the system of election tribunals and vested the power to hear election petitions in the High Courts. 20th Amendment Act, 1966 validated certain appointments of district judges in the UP which were declared void by the Supreme Court. 21st Amendment Act, 1967 included Sindhi as the 15th language in the 8th Schedule. 22nd facilitated the creation of a new autonomous state of Amendment Act. 1969 Meghalaya within the state of Assam. 23rd Amendment Act, 1969 extended the reservation of seats for the SCs and STs, and special representation for the Anglo-Indians in the Lok Sabha and the state legislative assemblies for a further period of 10 years, i.e., up to 1980. 24th Amendment Act, 1971-1. Affirmed the power of Parliament to amend any part of the Constitution including fundamental rights. 2. Made it compulsory for the President to give his assent to a constitutional amendment bill. 25th Amendment Act, 1971-1. Curtailed the fundamental right to property. 2. Provided that any law made to give effect to the directive principles contained in Article 39, b, or c, cannot be challenged on the ground of violation of the rights guaranteed by Articles 14, 19 and 31. 26th Amendment Act, 1971 abolished the privy purses and privileges of the former rulers of princely states. 27th Amendment, 1971-1. Empowered the administrators of certain union territories to promulgate ordinances. 2. Made certain special provisions for new union territories of Arunachal Pradesh and Mizoram. 3. Authorized the Parliament to create the Legislative Assembly and the Council of Ministers for the new state of Manipur. 28th Amendment Act, 1972 abolished the special privileges of ICS officers and empowered the Parliament to determine their service conditions. 29th Amendment Act, 1972 included 2 Kerala Acts on land reforms in the 9th Schedule. Did away with the provision which allowed appeal to 30th, the Supreme Court in civil cases involving an amount of Amendment Act, 20,000, and provided instead that an appeal can be filed 1972 in the Supreme Court only if the case involves a substantial question of law. 31st Amendment Act, 1972 increased the number of Lok Sabha seats from 525 to 545. 32nd Amendment Act, 1973 made special provisions to satisfy the aspirations of the people of the Telangana region in Andhra Pradesh. 33rd Amendment Act, 1974 provided that the resignation of the members of Parliament and the state legislatures may be accepted by the Speaker Chairman only if he is satisfied that the resignation is voluntary or genuine. 34th Amendment Act, 1974 included 20 more Land Tenure and Land Reforms Acts of various states in the 9th Schedule. 35th Amendment Act, 1974 terminated the protectorate status of Sikkim and conferred on it the status of an associate state of the Indian Union. The 10th Schedule was added laying down the terms and conditions of association of Sikkim with the Indian Union. 36th Amendment Act, 1975 made Sikkim a full-fledged state of the Indian Union and omitted the 10th Schedule. 37th Amendment Act, 1975 provided Legislative Assembly and Council of Ministers for the Union Territory of Arunachal Pradesh. 1. Made the declaration of emergency by the President non-justiciable. 38. 2. Made the promulgation of ordinances by the President, Governors and Administrators of Union. Amendment Act, Territories non-justiciable. 1975-3. Empowered the President to declare different proclamations of national emergency on different grounds simultaneously. 39th Amendment Act, 1975-1. Placed the disputes relating to the President, Vice President, Prime Minister and Speaker beyond the scope of the judiciary. They are to be decided by such authority as may be determined by the Parliament. 2. Included certain central acts in the 9th Schedule. 40th Amendment Act, 1976-1. Empowered the Parliament to specify from time to time the limits of the territorial waters, the continental shelf, the exclusive economic zone, EEZ, and the maritime zones of India. 2. Included 64 more central and state laws, mostly relating to land reforms, in the 9th Schedule. 41st Amendment Act, 1976 raised the retirement age of members of State Public Service Commission and Joint Public Service Commission from 60 to 62. 1. Added 3 new words, i.e., socialist, secular and integrity, in the preamble. 2. Added fundamental duties by the citizens, new Part 4A. 3. Made the President bound by the advice of the Cabinet. 4. Provided for administrative tribunals and tribunals for other matters, added Part 14a. 5. Froze the seats in the Lok Sabha and state legislative assemblies on the basis of 1971 census till 2001. 6. Made the constitutional amendments beyond judicial scrutiny. 7. Curtailed the power of judicial review and writ jurisdiction of the Supreme Court and High Courts. 8. Raised the tenure of Lok Sabha and state legislative assemblies from 5 to 6 years. 9. Provided that the laws made for the implementation of directive principles cannot be declared invalid by the 42nd courts on the ground of violation of some Fundamental Amendment Act, rights. 1976, the most 10. Empowered the Parliament to make laws to deal comprehensive with anti-national activities, and such laws are to take amendment made precedence over fundamental rights. So far to the 11. Added 3 new directive principles viz. Equal constitution, it is justice and free legal aid, participation of workers in the known as mini-management of industries and protection of constitution, it environment, forests and wildlife gave effect to the 12. Facilitated the proclamation of national emergency recommendations in a part of territory of India. Of Swan Singh 13. Extended the one-time duration of the President's Committee rule in a state from 6 months to 1 year. 14. Empowered the Centre to deploy its armed forces in any state to deal with the grave situation of law and order. 15. Shifted 5 subjects from the state list to the concurrent list, viz. Education, forests, protection of wild animals and birds, weights and measures and administration of justice, constitution and organization of all courts except the Supreme Court and the High Courts. 16. Did away with the requirement of quorum in the Parliament and the state legislatures. 17. Empowered the Parliament to decide from time to time the rights and privileges of its members and committees. 18. Provided for the creation of the All India Judicial Service. 19. Shortened the procedure for disciplinary action by taking away the right of a civil servant to make representation at the second stage after the inquiry, i.e., on the penalty proposed. 43rd Amendment Act, 1977, enacted by 1. Restored the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court and the Janata the High Courts in respect of judicial review and issue of government to writs. Nullify some of 2. Deprived the Parliament of its special powers to the distortions make laws to deal with anti-national activities. Introduced by the 42nd Amendment Act of 1976. 1. Restored the original term of the Lok Sabha and the state legislative assemblies, i.e., 5 years. 2. Restored the provisions with regard to quorum in the Parliament and state legislatures. 3. Omitted the reference to the British House of Commons in the provisions pertaining to the parliamentary privileges. 4. Gave constitutional protection to publication in newspaper of true reports of the proceedings of the Parliament and the state legislatures. 5. Empowered the President to send back once the 44th advice of Cabinet for reconsideration. But, the Amendment Act, reconsidered advice is to be binding on the President. 1978, enacted by 6. Deleted the provision which made the satisfaction of the Janata the President, Governor and administrators final in government issuing ordinances. Mainly to nullify 7. Restored some of the powers of the Supreme Court, some of the other and High Courts. Distortions 8. Replaced the term, internal disturbance, by, armed introduced by the rebellion, in respect of national emergency 42nd Amendment 9. Made the President to declare a National Emergency Act, 1976, only on the written recommendation of the Cabinet. 10. Made certain procedural safeguards with respect to national emergency and President's rule. 11. Deleted the right to property from the list of fundamental rights and made it only a legal right. 12. Provided that the fundamental rights guaranteed by Articles 20 and 21 cannot be suspended during a national emergency. 13. Omitted the provisions which took away the power of the court to decide the election disputes of the President, the Vice President, the Prime Minister and the Speaker of the Lok Sabha. 45th Amendment Act, 1980 extended the reservation of seats for the SCs and STs and special representation for the Anglo-Indians in the Lok Sabha and the state legislative assemblies for a further period of 10 years, i.e., up to 1990. 46th Amendment Act, 1982-1 enabled the states to plug loopholes in the laws and realize sales tax dues. 2 brought about some uniformity in tax rates on certain items. 47th Amendment Act, 1984 included 14 land reforms acts of various states in the 9th Schedule. 48th Amendment Act, 1984 facilitated the extension of President's rule in Punjab beyond 1 year without meeting the 2 special conditions for such extension. 49th Amendment Act, 1984 gave a constitutional sanctity to the Autonomous District Council in Tripura. 50th Amendment Act, 1984 empowered the Parliament to restrict the fundamental rights of persons employed in intelligence organizations and telecommunication systems set up for the armed forces or intelligence organizations. 51st Amendment Act provided for reservation of seats in the Lok Sabha for STs in Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland and Mizoram as well as in the legislative assemblies of 1984 Meghalaya and Nagaland. 52nd Amendment Act, 1985, popularly known as Anti-Defection Law, provided for disqualification of members of parliament and state legislatures on the ground of defection and added a new 10th schedule containing the details in this regard. 53rd Amendment Act, 1986 made special provisions in respect of Mizoram and fixed the strength of its assembly at a minimum of 40 members. 54th Amendment Act, 1986 increased the salaries of the Supreme Court and High Court judges and enabled the Parliament to change them in future by an ordinary law. 55th Amendment Act, 1986 made special provisions in respect of Arunachal Pradesh and fixed the strength of its assembly at a minimum of 30 members. 56th Amendment Act, 1987 fixed the strength of the Goa Legislative Assembly at a minimum of 30 members. 57th Amendment Act, 1987 reserved seats for the STs in the legislative assemblies of the states of Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Mizoram and Nagaland. 58th Amendment Act, 1987 provided for an authoritative text of the Constitution in Hindi language and gave the same legal sanctity to the Hindi version of the Constitution. 59th Amendment Act, 1988-1 facilitated the extension of President's rule in Punjab up to 3 years. 2 provided for the declaration of national emergency in Punjab on the ground of internal disturbance. 60th increased the ceiling of taxes on professions, trades, Amendment Act, callings and employments from 250 per annum to 1988 2,500 per annum. 61st Amendment Act, 1989 reduced the voting age from 21 years to 18 years for the Lok Sabha and State Legislative Assembly elections. 62nd Amendment Act, 1989 extended the reservation of seats for the SCs and STs and special representation for the Anglo-Indians in the Lok Sabha and the State Legislative Assemblies for the further period of 10 years, i.e., up to 2000. 63rd Amendment Act, 1989 repealed the changes introduced by the 59th Amendment Act of 1988 in relation to Punjab. In other words, Punjab was brought at par with the other states in respect of emergency provisions. 64th Amendment Act, 1990 facilitated the extension of the President's rule in Punjab up to a total period of 3 years and 6 months. 65th Amendment Act, 1990 provided for the establishment of a multi-member National Commission for SCs and STs in the place of a special officer for SCs and STs. 66th Amendment Act, 1990 included 55 more land reforms acts of various states in the 9th Schedule. 67th Amendment Act, 1990 facilitated the extension of the President's rule in Punjab up to a total period of 4 years. 68th Amendment Act, 1991 facilitated the extension of the President's rule in Punjab up to a total period of 5 years. 69th accorded a special status to the Union Territory of Delhi by designing it as the National Capital Territory. Amendment Act, 1991 of Delhi. The amendment also provided for the creation of a 70-member Legislative Assembly and a 7-member Council of Ministers for Delhi. 70th Amendment Act, 1992 provided for the inclusion of the members of the Legislative Assemblies of National Capital Territory of Delhi and the Union Territory of Puducherry in the Electoral College for the election of the President. 71st Amendment Act, 1992 included Konkani, Manipuri and Nepali languages in the 8th schedule. With this, the total number of scheduled languages increased to 18. 72nd Amendment Act, 1992 provided for reservation of seats for the STs in the Legislative Assembly of Tripura. 73rd Amendment Act, 1992 granted constitutional status and protection to the Panchayati Raj institutions. For this purpose, the amendment has added a new Part 9 entitled as the Panchayats and a new 11th schedule containing 29 functional items of the Panchayats. 74th Amendment Act, 1992 granted constitutional status and protection to the urban local bodies. For this purpose, the amendment has added a new Part 9A entitled as the Municipalities and a new 12th schedule containing 18 functional items of the municipalities. 75th Amendment Act, 1994 provided for the establishment of rent tribunals for the adjudication of disputes with respect to rent, its regulation and control and tenancy issues including the rights, title and interest of landlords and tenants. Included the Tamil Nadu Reservation Act of 1994 76th, which provides for 69% reservation of seats in Amendment Act, educational institutions and posts in state services, in 1994 the 9th schedule to protect it from judicial review. In 1992, the Supreme Court ruled that the total reservation should not exceed 50%. 77th Amendment Act, 1995 provided for reservation in promotions in government jobs for SCs and STs. This amendment nullified the Supreme Court ruling with regard to reservation in promotions. 78th Amendment Act, 1995 included 27 more land reforms acts of various states in the 9th schedule. With this, the total number of acts in the schedule increased to 282. But the last entry is numbered 284. 79th Amendment Act, 1999 extended the reservation of seats for the SCs and STs and special representation for the Anglo-Indians in the Lok Sabha and the state legislative assemblies for a further period of 10 years, i.e., up to 2010. 80th Amendment Act, 2000 provided for an alternative scheme of devolution of revenue between the centre and states. This was enacted on the basis of the recommendations of the 10th Finance Commission, which has recommended that out of the total income obtained from central taxes and duties, 29% should be distributed among the states. 81st Amendment Act, 2000 empowered the state to consider the unfilled reserved vacancies of a year as a separate class of vacancies to be filled up in any succeeding year or years. Such class of vacancies are not to be combined with the vacancies of the year in which they are being filled up to determine the ceiling of 50% reservation on total number of vacancies of that year. In brief, this amendment ended the 50% ceiling on reservation in backlog vacancies. Provided for making of any provision in favor of the 82nd SCs and STs for relaxation in qualifying marks in any amendment act, examination or lowering the standards of evaluation, for 2000 reservation in matters of promotion to the public services of the centre and the states. 83rd Amendment Act, 2000 provided that no reservation in panchayats need be made for SCs in Arunachal Pradesh. The total population of the state is tribal and there are no SCs. 84th Amendment Act, 2001 extended the ban on readjustment of seats in the Lok Sabha and the state legislative assemblies for another 25 years, i.e., up to 2026, with the same objective of encouraging population limiting measures. In other words, the number of seats in the Lok Sabha and the assemblies are to remain same till 2026. It also provided for the readjustment and rationalization of territorial constituencies in the states on the basis of the population figures of 1991 census. 85th Amendment Act, 2001 provided for consequential seniority in the case of promotion by virtue of rule of reservation for the government servants belonging to the SCs and STs with retrospective effect from June 1995. 86th Amendment Act, 2001 made elementary education a fundamental right. The newly added Article 21 declares that the state shall provide free and compulsory education to all children of the age of 6 to 14 years in such manner as the state may determine. 2. Changed the subject matter of Article 45 in Directive Principles. It now reads, the state shall endeavor to provide early childhood care and education for all children until they complete the age of 6 years. 3. Added a new fundamental duty under Article 51 which reads, it shall be the duty of every citizen of India who is a parent or guardian to provide opportunities for education to his child or ward between the age of 6 and 14 years.
87th Amendment Act,
2003 provided for the readjustment and rationalization of territorial constituencies in the states on the basis of the population figures of 2001 census and not 1991 census as provided earlier by the 84th Amendment Act of 2001. 88th Amendment Act, 2003 made a provision for service tax, Article 268-A. Taxes on services are levied by the centre, but their proceeds are collected as well as appropriated by both the centre and the states in accordance with the principles formulated by Parliament. 89th Amendment Act, 2003 bifurcated the erstwhile combined National Commission for Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes into two separate bodies, namely, National Commission for Scheduled Castes, Article 338, and National Commission for Scheduled Tribes, Article 338-A. Both the commissions consist of a chairperson, a vice-chairperson and 3 other members. They are appointed by the President. 90th Amendment Act, 2003 provided for maintaining the erstwhile representation of the scheduled tribes and non-scheduled tribes in the Assam Legislative Assembly from the Bodoland Territorial Areas District, Article 332(6). Made the following provisions to limit the size of Council of Ministers, to debar defectors from holding public offices, and to strengthen the anti-defection law. 1. The total number of ministers, including the Prime Minister, in the Central Council of Ministers shall not exceed 15% of the total strength of the Lok Sabha, Article 75, 1a. 2. A member of either House of Parliament belonging to any political party who is disqualified on the ground of defection shall also be disqualified to be appointed as a minister, Article 75, 1b. 3. The total number of ministers, including the chief. 91st Amendment Act,
2003 Minister in the Council of Ministers in a state shall not exceed 15% of the total strength of the Legislative Assembly of that state. But the number of ministers, including the Chief Minister, in a state shall not be less than 12, Article 164, 1a. 4. A member of either house of a state legislature belonging to any political party who is disqualified on the ground of defection shall also be disqualified to be appointed as a minister, Article 164, 1b. 5. A member of either House of Parliament or either House of a state legislature belonging to any political party who is disqualified on the ground of defection shall also be disqualified to hold any remunerative political post. The expression, remunerative political post, means any office under the central government or a state government where the salary or remuneration for such office is paid out of the public revenue of the concerned government, or 2. Any office under a body, whether incorporated or not, which is wholly or partially owned by the central government or a state government and the salary or remuneration for such office is paid by such body, except where such salary or remuneration paid is compensatory in nature, Article 361-B. 6. The provision of the 10th Schedule, Anti-Defection Law, pertaining to exemption from disqualification in case of split by one-third members of legislature party has been deleted. It means that the defectors have no more protection on grounds of splits. 92nd Amendment Act 2003 included 4 more languages in the 8th schedule. They are Bodo, Dogri, Dongri, Mathili, Methili, and Santali. With this, the total number of constitutionally recognized languages increased to 22. Empowered the state to make special provisions for the 93rd Amendment Act 2005 socially and educationally backward classes or the scheduled castes or the scheduled tribes in educational institutions including private educational institutions, whether aided or unaided by the state, except the minority educational institutions, Clause 5, in Article 15. This amendment was enacted to nullify the Supreme Court judgment in the Inamda case, 2005, where the apex court ruled that the state cannot impose its reservation policy on minority and non-minority unaided private colleges, including professional colleges. The court declared that reservation in private, unaided educational institutions was unconstitutional. 94th Amendment Act 2006 freed Bihar from the obligation of having a tribal welfare minister and extended the same provision to Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh. This provision will now be applicable to the 2 newly formed states and Madhya Pradesh and Odisha, where it has already been enforced. Article 164. 1. 95th Amendment Act 2009 extended the reservation of seats for the SCs and special representation for the Anglo-Indians in the Lok Sabha and the state legislative assemblies for a further period of 10 years i.e. up to 2020, Article 334. 96th Amendment Act 2011 substituted Oriya for Oriya. Consequently, the Oriya language in the 8th schedule shall be pronounced as Oriya. 97th Amendment Act 2011 gave a constitutional status and protection to cooperative societies. In this context, it made the following 3 changes in the Constitution. 1. It made the right to form cooperative societies a fundamental right, Article 19. 2. It included a new directive principle of state policy on promotion of cooperative societies, Article 4(3)(b). 3. It added
a new Part 9b in the Constitution which is entitled as the Cooperative Societies, Articles 243ZH to 243ZT. 98th Amendment Act 2012 provided for special provisions for the Hyderabad-Karnataka region of the state of Karnataka. The special provisions aim to establish an institutional mechanism for equitable allocation of funds to meet the development needs over the region, as well as to enhance human resources and promote employment from the region by providing for local cadre in service and reservation in educational and vocational training institutions, Article 371-J. 99th Amendment Act 2014 replaced the collegium system of appointing judges to the Supreme Court and High Courts with a new body called the National Judicial Appointments Commission, NJAC. However, in 2015, the Supreme Court has declared this Amendment Act as unconstitutional and void. Consequently, the earlier collegium system became operative again, amended Articles 124, 127, 128, 217, 222, 224, 224 231 and inserted Articles 124 124b 124c. Gave effect to the acquiring of certain territories by India and transfer of certain other territories to Bangladesh, through exchange of enclaves and retention of adverse 100th possessions, in pursuance of the Land Boundary Amendment Act, Agreement of 1974 and its Protocol of 2011. For this 2015 purpose, this Amendment Act amended the provisions relating to the territories of 4 states, Assam, West Bengal, Meghalaya and Tripura, in the first schedule of the Constitution.
Name and year
of the Act amended provisions of the Constitution. Assam, Alteration of Boundaries, Act 1951 altered the boundaries of the state of Assam by ceding a strip of territory comprised in that state to Bhutan. Andhra State Act 1953 formed the first linguistic state, known as the state of Andhra, by taking out the Telugu-speaking areas from the state of Madras. Kurnool was the capital of Andhra State and the State High Court was established at Guntur Lashai Hills District.
Change
of
Name.
Act 1954 renamed the Lashai Hills District as the Mizo District. The Lashai Hills District was one of the 6 autonomous districts in the tribal areas of Assam specified in the 6th schedule of the Constitution. Himachal Pradesh and Bilaspur. New State Act 1954 formed the new state of Himachal Pradesh by uniting the existing states of Himachal Pradesh and Bilaspur. Allied amending acts at a glance.
Chandigarh
Merger Act 1954 merged the territory of Chandigarh, a former enclave of French India, into the state of West Bengal. Made extensive changes in the boundaries of various states for the purpose of meeting the linguistic, regional and local demands. It created 14 states and 6 union territories. The states were Andhra Pradesh, Assam, Bihar, Bombay, Jammu and Kashmir, Kerala, Madhya Pradesh, Madras, Mysore, Orissa, Punjab, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal. The union territories were Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Delhi, Himachal Pradesh, Lakshadweep, Minicoy and Amindivi Islands, Manipur and Tripura. It established the new state of Kerala by merging the Travancore Cochin state with the states Malabar district of Madras state and the Kasaragod of reorganization South Kendra, Dakshina Kannada. It merged the Act 1956 Telugu-speaking areas of Hyderabad state with the Andhra state to create the Andhra Pradesh state. Further, it merged the Madhya Bharat state, Vindhya Pradesh state and Bhopal state into the Madhya Pradesh state. Similarly, it merged the Saurashtra state and Kutch state into that of the Bombay state, the Coorg state into that of Mysore state, the Patiala and East Punjab states union, Pepsu, into that of Punjab state, and the Ajmer state into that of Rajasthan state. Moreover, it created the new union territory of Lakshadweep, Minicoy and Amindivi Islands from the territory detached from the Madras state. Bihar and West Bengal provided for the transfer of certain territories from the Transfer of State of Bihar to the State of West Bengal Territories, Act 1956. Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh provided for the transfer of certain territories from the Transfer of State of Rajasthan to the State of Madhya Pradesh Territories, Act 1959. Andhra Pradesh and Madras, Alteration of Boundaries, Act 1959 provided for the alteration of boundaries of the states of Andhra Pradesh and Madras. Bombay Reorganization Act 1960 formed the new state of Gujarat, 58th state, by taking out the Gujarati-speaking areas from the state of Bombay and renamed the other part of the Bombay state as Maharashtra state. The city of Ahmedabad was made the capital of Gujarat. Acquired territories, Merger Act 1960 provided for the merger into the states of Assam, Punjab and West Bengal of certain territories acquired from Pakistan under the agreements entered into between the governments of India and Pakistan in 1958 and 1959. State of Nagaland Act 1962 formed the new state of Nagaland, 16th state, by taking out the Naga Hills Toensan area from the state of Assam. The Naga Hills Toensan area was a tribal area of Assam specified in the 6th schedule of the Constitution. Punjab Reorganization Act 1966 formed the new state of Haryana, 17th state, by taking out the Hindi-speaking areas from the state of Punjab. It also made Chandigarh a new union territory as well as a common capital for both Punjab and Haryana. Bihar and Uttar Pradesh provided for the alteration of boundaries of the states of Alteration of Bihar and Uttar Pradesh Boundaries, Act 1968 Andhra Pradesh and Mysore, Transfer of Territory, Act 1968 provided for the transfer of certain territory from the state of Mysore to the state of Andhra Pradesh. Madras State, Alteration of Name, Act 1968 changed the name of the state of Madras to that of state of Tamil Nadu. West Bengal Legislative Council, Abolition, Act, 1969 provided for the abolition of the Legislative Council of the State of West Bengal. Punjab Legislative Council, Abolition, Act, 1969 provided for the abolition of the Legislative Council of the State of Punjab. Assam Reorganization, Meghalaya, Act, 1969 formed an autonomous state, substate, known as Meghalaya, within the state of Assam. State of Himachal Pradesh Act, 1970 elevated the territory of Himachal Pradesh to the status of a state. 18th state, Northeastern areas, reorganization, elevated the two union territories of Manipur and Tripura to the status of states, 19th state and 20th state respectively. It also conferred full statehood to Meghalaya, 21st state, which was previously a sub-state within the state of Assam. Further, it formed the two Act 1971 Union Territories of Mizoram and Arunachal Pradesh out of the territories of Assam Government of Union Territories. Amendment, Act 1971 amended the 6th schedule of the Constitution to insert certain provisions with respect to the autonomous districts and autonomous regions of the Union Territory of Mizoram Mysore State. Alteration of name, Act 1973 changed the name of the state of Mysore to that of the state of Karnataka. Lakshadweep, Minikoy and Amindevi Islands. Alteration of name, Act 1973 changed the name of the Union Territory of the Lakshadweep, Minikoy and Amindevi Islands to that of the Union Territory of Lakshadweep. Repealing and Amending Act 1974 repealed certain enactments and amended certain other enactments. It also substituted the words cattle pounds for cattle ponds in the 6th schedule of the Constitution. 5th Schedule to the Constitution, Amendment, Act 1976 empowered the President of India, I, to increase the area of any scheduled area in a state after consultation with the governor of that state, and 2. To rescind any order made for the designation of an area in any state to be a scheduled area, or in consultation with the governor of the state concerned, make fresh order redefining the area which is to be a scheduled area. Haryana and Uttar Pradesh. Alteration of Boundaries, Act 1979 provided for the alteration of boundaries of the states of Haryana and Uttar Pradesh.
Andhra Pradesh
Legislative Council, Abolition, Act 1985 provided for the abolition of the Legislative Council of the State of Andhra Pradesh. State of Mizoram Act 1986 elevated the Union Territory of Mizoram to the status of a state. 23rd State, Tamil Nadu Legislative Council, Abolition, Act 1986 provided for the abolition of the Legislative Council of the State of Tamil Nadu. State of Arunachal Pradesh Act 1986 elevated the Union Territory of Arunachal Pradesh to the status of a state. 24th State, Goa, Daman and Diu Reorganization Act 1987 formed the new state of Goa. 25th State, by separating the territory of Goa from the Union Territory of Goa, Daman and Diu. 6th Schedule to the Constitution, Amendment, Act 1988 included certain modifications in the 6th Schedule of the Constitution in its application to the states of Tripura and Mizoram. These, I, provided that the governors shall act in their discretion in the discharge of some of their functions. 2. Made provisions relating to the application of Acts of Parliament and the state legislatures to autonomous districts and autonomous regions, and 3. Provided for a time limit in making over the share of royalties to the district councils. Included certain modifications in the 6th Schedule of the Constitution in its application to the state of Assam.
6th Schedule
to the Constitution, Amendment, Act 1995. These, I, provided that the district council constituted for the North Kutch Hills district shall be called the North Kutch Hills Autonomous Council, and the district council constituted for the Karbi-Anglong district shall be called the Karbi-Anglong Autonomous Council. 2. Made provisions for the additional powers of the North Kutch Hills Autonomous Council and the Karbi-Anglong Autonomous Council to make laws, and 3. Made it mandatory for the governor to consult the North Kutch Hills Autonomous Council or the Karbi-Anglong Autonomous Council, as the case may be, in the exercise of his discretionary powers. Madhya Pradesh Reorganization Act 2000 formed the new state of Chhattisgarh, 26th state, out of the territories of the state of Madhya Pradesh. Uttar Pradesh Reorganization Act 2000 created the new state of Uttaranchal, 27th state, by carving out its territory from that of the territories of the state of Uttar Pradesh. Bihar Reorganization Act 2000 established the new state of Jharkhand, 28th state, by separating its territory from the territories of the state of Bihar. 6th Schedule to the Constitution Amendment Act 2003 included certain modifications in the 6th Schedule of the Constitution in its application to the state of Assam. This was done to meet the aspirations of the Bodos in Assam and in pursuance of the Memorandum of Settlement signed between the central government, the Government of Assam and Bodo Liberation Tigers, BLT, on 10 February 2003 for a durable solution to the Bodo issues. In this context, the Act made the following provisions. I. Specified the Bodoland Territorial Areas District in the list of the tribal areas of the state of Assam. 2. Created an autonomous self-governing body
known as the
Bodoland Territorial Council, BTC,
within the state
of Assam. 3. Vested the council with legislative, administrative and financial powers in respect of specified subjects, and 4. Provided for adequate safeguards for the non-TRVBILs in the BTC area. Andhra Pradesh Legislative Council Act 2005 provided for the creation of Legislative Council for the state of Andhra Pradesh. Uttaranchal, alteration of name, Act 2006 changed the name of the state of Uttaranchal to that of the state of Uttarakhand. Pondicherry, alteration of name, Act 2006 renamed the Union Territory of Pondicherry as the Union Territory of Puducherry. Tamil Nadu Legislative Council Act 2010 provided for the creation of Legislative Council for the state of Tamil Nadu. Orissa, alteration of name, Act 2011 changed the name of the state of Orissa to that of the state of Odisha. Formed the new state of Telangana, 29th state, by Andhra Pradesh carving out its territory from the territories of the state of reorganization Andhra Pradesh. Hyderabad is made the joint capital for Act 2014 both the states for a period of 10 years. During this period, the Andhra Pradesh should establish its own separate capital. Model Code of Conduct relating to elections. The Model Code of Conduct, MCC, was agreed to by all the political parties in 1968. The Election Commission first effectively put to use the MCC in the year 1991 to ensure fair elections and a level playing field. Given here is the complete text of the Model Code of Conduct for the guidance of political parties and candidates, formulated by the Election Commission of India. I. General Conduct. 1. No party or candidate shall indulge in any activity which may aggravate existing differences or create mutual hatred or cause tension between different castes and communities, religious or linguistic. 2. Criticism of other political parties, when made, shall be confined to their policies and programs, past record and work. Parties and candidates shall refrain from criticism of all aspects of private life, not connected with the public activities of the leaders or workers of other parties. Criticism of other parties or their workers based on unverified allegations or distortions shall be avoided. 3. There shall be no appeal to caste or communal feelings for securing votes. Mosques, churches, temples or other places of worship shall not be used as forum for election propaganda. 4. All parties and candidates shall avoid scrupulously all activities which are corrupt practices and offences under the election law, such as bribing of voters, intimidation of voters, impersonation of voters, canvassing within 100 meters of polling stations, holding public meetings during the period of 48 hours ending with the hour fixed for the close of the poll, and the transport and conveyance of voters to and from polling station. 5. The right of every individual for peaceful and undisturbed home life shall be respected, however much the political parties or candidates may resent his political opinions or activities. Organizing demonstrations or picketing before the houses of individuals by way of protesting against their opinions or activities shall not be resorted to under any circumstances. 6. No political party or candidate shall permit its or his followers to make use of any individual's land, building, compound wall etc., without his permission for erecting flagstaffs, suspending banners, pasting notices, writing slogans, etc. 7. Political parties and candidates shall ensure that their supporters do not create obstructions in or break up meetings and processions organized by other parties. Workers or sympathizers of one political party shall not create disturbances at public meetings organized by another political party by putting questions orally or in writing or by distributing leaflets of their own party. Processions shall not be taken out by one party along places at which meetings are held by another party. Posters issued by one party shall not be removed by workers of another party. 2 meetings. 1. The party or candidate shall inform the local police authorities of the venue and time of any proposed meeting well in time so as to enable the police to make necessary arrangements for controlling traffic and maintaining peace and order. 2. A party or candidate shall ascertain in advance if there are any restrictive or prohibitory orders in force in the place proposed for the meeting. If such orders exist, they shall be followed strictly. If any exemption is required from such orders, it shall be applied for and obtained well in time.
3. If permission
or license is to be obtained for the use of loudspeakers or any other facility in connection with any proposed meeting, the party or candidate shall apply to the authority concerned well in advance and obtain such permission or license. 4. Organizers of a meeting shall invariably seek the assistance of the police on duty for dealing with persons disturbing a meeting or otherwise attempting to create disorder. Organizers themselves shall not take action against such persons. 3 processions. 1. A party or candidate organizing a procession shall decide beforehand the time and place of the starting of the procession, the route to be followed and the time and place at which the procession will terminate. There shall ordinarily be no deviation from the program. 2. The organizers shall give advance intimation to the local police authorities of the program so as to enable the latter to make necessary arrangements. 3. The organizers shall ascertain if any restrictive orders are in force in the localities through which the procession has to pass, and shall comply with the restrictions unless exempted specially by the competent authority. Any traffic regulations or restrictions shall also be carefully adhered to. 4. The organizers shall take steps in advance to arrange for passage of the procession so that there is no block or hindrance to traffic. If the procession is very long, it shall be organized in segments of suitable lengths, so that at convenient intervals, especially at points where the procession has to pass road junctions, the passage of held-up traffic could be allowed by stages, thus avoiding heavy traffic congestion. 5. Processions shall be so regulated as to keep as much to the right of the road as possible, and the direction and advice of the police on duty shall be strictly complied with. 6. If 2 or more political parties or candidates propose to take processions over the same route or parts thereof at about the same time, the organizers shall establish contact well in advance and decide upon the measures to be taken to see that the processions do not clash or cause hindrance to traffic. The assistance of the local police shall be availed of for arriving at a
satisfactory arrangement.
For this purpose, the parties shall contact the police at the earliest opportunity. 7. The political parties or candidates shall exercise control to the maximum extent possible in the matter of processionists carrying articles which may be put to misuse by undesirable elements, especially in moments of excitement. 8. The carrying of effigies purporting to represent members of other political parties or their leaders, burning such effigies in public and such other forms of demonstration shall not be countenanced by any political party or candidate. For polling day, all political parties and candidates shall cooperate with the officers on election duty to ensure peaceful and orderly polling and complete freedom to the voters to exercise their franchise without being subjected to any annoyance or obstruction. 2. Supply to their authorized workers suitable badges or identity cards. 3. Agree that the identity slip supplied by them to voters shall be on plain, white, paper and shall not contain any symbol, name of the candidate or the name of the party. 4. Refrain from serving or distributing liquor on polling day and during the 24 hours preceding it. We not allow unnecessary crowd to be collected near the camps set up by the political parties and candidates near the polling booths so as to avoid confrontation and tension among workers and sympathizers of the parties and the candidates. 6. Ensure that the candidates' camps shall be simple. They shall not display any posters, flags, symbols or any other propaganda material. No eatable shall be served or crowd allowed at the camps. 7. Cooperate with the authorities in complying with the restrictions to be imposed on the plying of vehicles on the polling day and obtain permits for them which should be displayed prominently on those vehicles. We polling booths.
Excepting the voters,
no one without a valid pass from the Election Commission shall enter the polling booths.
6
Observers,
observers
the Election Commission appoints observers. If the candidates or their agents have any specific complaint or problem regarding the conduct of elections, they may bring the same to the notice of the observer. 7. Party in power. The party in power, whether at the center or in the state or states concerned, shall ensure that no cause is given for any complaint that it has used its official position for the purposes of its election campaign, and in particular, the ministers shall not combine their official visit with electioneering work and shall not also make use of official machinery or personnel during the electioneering work. B. Government transport including official aircrafts, vehicles, machinery and personnel shall not be used for furtherance of the interest of the party in power. 2. Public places such as medans etc., for holding election meetings, and use of helipads for air flights in connection with elections shall not be monopolized by itself. Other parties and candidates shall be allowed the use of such places and facilities on the same terms and conditions on which they are used by the party in power. 3. Rest houses, duck bungalows or other government accommodation shall not be monopolized by the party in power or its candidates, and such accommodation shall be allowed to be used by other parties and candidates in a fair manner, but no party or candidate shall use or be allowed to use such accommodation, including premises appertaining thereto, as a campaign office or for holding any public meeting for the purposes of election propaganda. 4. Issue of advertisement at the cost of public exchequer in the newspapers and other media, and the misuse of official mass media during the election period for partisan coverage of political news and publicity regarding achievements with a view to furthering the prospects of the party in power
shall be
scrupulously avoided. We, ministers and other authorities shall not sanction grants payments out of discretionary funds from the time elections are announced by the Commission. 6. From the time elections are announced by the Commission, ministers and other authorities shall not a. Announce any financial grants in any form or promises thereof, b. Accept civil servants, lay foundation stones etc., of projects or schemes of any kind, c. Make any promise of construction of roads, provision of drinking water facilities, etc., d. Make any ad hoc appointments in government, public undertakings, etc., which may have the effect of influencing the voters in favor of the party in power. Note: the Commission shall announce the date of any election, which shall be a date ordinarily not more than 3 weeks prior to the date on which the notification is likely to be issued in respect of such elections. 7. Ministers of central or state governments shall not enter any polling station or place of counting except in their capacity as a candidate or voter or authorized agent. 8. Guidelines on election manifestos. 1. The Supreme Court, in its judgment dated 5th July 2013 in SLP, C. number 21455 of 2008, S. Subramaniam Balaji vs. Govt of Tamil Nadu and others, has directed the Election Commission to frame guidelines with regard to the contents of election manifestos in constitution with all the recognized political parties. The guiding principles which will lead to framing of such guidelines are quoted below from the judgment. Although the law is obvious that the promises in the election manifesto cannot be construed as corrupt practices under Section 123 of RP Act, the reality cannot be ruled out that distribution of freebies of any kind undoubtedly influence all people. It shakes the root of free and fair elections to a large degree.
2.
The Election Commission, in order to ensure level playing field between the contesting parties and candidates in elections and also in order to see that the purity of the election process does not get vitiated, has in past been issuing instructions under the Model Code of Conduct. The fountainhead of the powers under which mandates the Commission to hold free and fair elections. 3. We are mindful of the fact that generally political parties release their election manifesto before the announcement of election date. In that scenario, strictly speaking, the Election Commission will not have the authority to regulate any act which is done before the announcement of the date. Nevertheless, an exception can be made in this regard as the purpose of election manifesto is directly associated with the election process. 2. Upon receiving the above directions of the Honorable Supreme Court, the Election Commission held a meeting with the recognized national and state political parties for consultation with them in the matter and took note of their conflicting views in the matter. During consultations, while some political parties supported the issuance of such guidelines, others were of the view that it is their right and duty towards voters to make such offers and promises in manifestos in a healthy democratic polity. While the Commission agrees in principle with the point of view that framing of manifestos is the right of the political parties, it cannot overlook the undesirable impact of some of the promises and offers on the conduct of free and fair elections and maintaining level playing field for all political parties and candidates. 3. The Constitution under Article 324 mandates the Election Commission to conduct elections inter alia to the Parliament and the state legislatures. Having due regard to the above directions of the Supreme Court and after consultation with the political parties, the Commission, in the interest of free and fair elections, hereby directs that political parties and candidates while releasing election manifestos for any election to the Parliament or state legislatures, shall adhere to the following guidelines. I. The election manifesto shall not contain anything repugnant to the ideals and principles enshrined in the Constitution, and further, that it shall be consistent with the letter and spirit of other provisions of Model Code of Conduct.
2. The
Directive
directive
principles of state policy enshrined in the Constitution enjoin upon the state to frame various welfare measures for the citizens, and therefore there can be no objection to the promise of such welfare measures in election manifestos. However, political parties
should avoid making those promises which are likely to vitiate purity of the election process or exert undue influence on the voters in exercising their franchise. 3. In the interest of transparency, level playing field and credibility of promises, it is expected that manifestos also reflect the rationale for the promises and broadly indicate the ways and means to meet the financial requirements for it. Trust of voters should be sought only on those promises which are possible to be fulfilled. Sections of the Representation of the People Act, 1950, a Preliminary 1. Short Title 2. Definitions b. Allocation of seats and delimitation of constituencies. The House of the People 3. Allocation of seats in the House of the People 3a. Repealed. 4. Filling of seats in the House of the People and Parliamentary Constituencies 5. Repealed. 6. Repealed. B. The State Legislative Assemblies 7. Total number of seats in Legislative Assemblies and Assembly. Constituencies
7a. Total number of seats in the Legislative Assembly of Sikkim and Assembly constituencies. C.
The
delimitation of Parliamentary and Assembly constituencies Order 8. Consolidation of delimitation Orders 8a. Delimitation of Parliamentary and Assembly constituencies in the states of Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Manipur or Nagaland 9. Power of Election Commission to maintain delimitation order up to date 9a. Repealed. 9b. Repealed. D. The State Legislative Councils 10. Allocation of seats in the Legislative Councils 11. Delimitation of council constituencies. E. Provisions as to orders delimiting constituencies 12. Power to alter or amend orders 13. Procedure as to orders delimiting constituencies C. Officers 13a. Chief Electoral Officers 13a. District Election Officers 13b. Electoral Registration Officers 13C. Assistant Electoral Registration Officers 13cc. Chief Electoral Officers, District Election Officers, etc., deemed to be on deputation to Election Commission D. Electoral Rolls.
A.
Electoral rolls for parliamentary constituencies 13d. Electoral rolls for parliamentary constituencies. B. Electoral rolls for assembly constituencies 14. Definitions 15. Electoral roll for every constituency 16. Disqualifications for registration in an electoral roll 17. No person to be registered in more than one constituency 18. No person to be registered more than once in any constituency 19. Conditions of registration 20. Meaning of ordinarily resident 20a. Special provisions for citizens of India residing outside India 21. Preparation and revision of electoral rolls 22. Correction of entries in electoral rolls 23. Inclusion of names in electoral rolls 24. Appeals 25. Fee for applications and appeals 25a. Conditions of registration as elector in Sun constituency in Sikkim. C. Electoral rolls for council constituencies 26. Repealed. 27. Preparation of electoral rolls for council constituencies. E. Manner of filling seats in the Council of States to be filled by representatives of Union Territories 27a. Constitution of electoral colleges for the filling of seats in the Council of States allotted to Union Territories 27b. Repealed. 27c. Repealed. 27d. Repealed. 27e. Repealed. 27f. Repealed.
27G
Termination of membership of Electoral College for certain disqualifications 27H. Manner of filling of seats in the Council of States allotted to Union Territories 27-I. Repealed. 27J. Powers of electoral colleges to elect notwithstanding vacancies therein 27K. Repealed. F. General Provisions 28. Power to make rules 29. Staff of local authorities to be made available 30. Jurisdiction of civil courts barred 31. Making false declarations 32. Breach of official duty in connection with the preparation, etc., of electoral rolls.
Sections of the
Representation of the People Act, 1951 A Preliminary 1.
Short Title
2. Interpretation B. Qualifications and disqualifications. A. Qualifications for membership of Parliament 3. Qualification for membership of the Council of States 4. Qualifications for membership of the House of the People. B. Qualifications for membership of state legislatures 5. Qualifications for membership of a Legislative Assembly 5a. Qualifications for membership of Legislative Assembly of Sikkim 6. Qualifications for membership of a Legislative Council. C. Disqualifications for membership of Parliament and state legislatures.
7 definitions.
8. Disqualification on conviction for certain offences 8a. Disqualification on ground of corrupt practices 9. Disqualification for dismissal for corruption or disloyalty 9a. Disqualification for government contracts, etc. 10. Disqualification for office under government company 10a. Disqualification for failure to lodge account of election expenses 11. Removal or reduction of period of disqualification. D. Disqualifications for voting 11a. Disqualification arising out of conviction and corrupt practices 11b. Removal of disqualifications. See Notification of General Elections 12. Notification for biennial election to the Council of States 12a. Notification for election to fill the seat allotted to the state of Sikkim in the Council of States 13. Repealed. 14. Notification for general election to the House of the People 14a. Notification for electing the representative of the state of Sikkim to the existing House of the People 15. Notification for general election to a state legislative assembly 15a. Notification for certain elections to legislative councils 16. Notification for biennial elections to a state legislative council 17-18. Sections 12 to 016 substituted for Sections 12 to 018, the administrative machinery for the conduct of elections 19. Definition 19a. Delegation of functions of Election Commission 20. General duties of Chief Electoral Officers 20a. General duties of District Election Officer 20b. Observers.
21
Returning Officers 22. Assistant Returning Officers 23. Returning Officer to include Assistant Returning Officers performing the functions of the Returning Officer 24. General duty of the Returning Officer 25. Provision of polling stations for constituencies 26. Appointment of presiding officers for polling stations 27. General duty of the presiding officer 28. Duties of a polling officer 28a. Returning officer, presiding officer, etc., deemed to be on deputation to Election Commission 29. Special provisions in the case of certain elections. Registration of political parties 29a. Registration with the Commission of Associations and Bodies as political parties 29b. Political parties entitled to accept contribution 29c. Declaration of donation received by the political parties. F. Conduct of elections. A. Nomination of candidates 30. Appointment of dates for nominations, etc. 31. Public notice of election 32. Nomination of candidates for election 33. Presentation of nomination paper and requirement for a valid nomination 33a. Right to information 33b. Candidate to furnish information only under Act and the Rules 34. Deposits 35. Notice of nominations and the time and place for their scrutiny 36. Scrutiny of nominations 37. Withdrawal of candidature 38. Publication of list of contesting candidates 39. Nomination of candidates at other elections.
39A
Allocation of equitable sharing of time. B. Candidates and their agents 40. Election agents 41. Disqualification for being an election agent 42. Revocation of the appointment, or death, of an election agent 43. Repealed, 44. Repealed, 45. Functions of election agents 46. Appointment of polling agents 47. Appointment of counting agents 48. Revocation of the appointment, or death, of a polling agent or counting agent 49. Functions of polling agents and counting agents 50. Attendance of a contesting candidate or his election agent at polling stations, and performance by him of the functions of a polling agent or counting agent 51. Non-attendance of polling or counting agents. C. General procedure at elections 52. Death of candidate of recognized political party before poll 53. Procedure in contested and uncontested elections 54. Repealed, 55. Eligibility of members of scheduled castes or scheduled tribes to hold seats not reserved for those castes or tribes 55a. Repealed. D. The poll 56. Fixing time for poll 57. Adjournment of poll in emergencies 58. Fresh poll in the case of destruction, etc., of ballot boxes 58a. Adjournment of poll or countermanding of election on the ground of booth capturing.
59
Manner of voting at elections 60. Special procedure for voting by certain classes of persons 61. Special procedure for preventing personation of electors 61a. Voting machines at elections 62. Right to vote 63. Repealed. E. Counting of votes 64. Counting of votes 64a. Destruction, loss, etc., of ballot papers at the time of counting 65. Equality of votes 66. Declaration of results 67. Report of the result 67a. Date of election of candidate, F. Multiple elections 68. Vacation of seats when elected to both houses of parliament 69. Vacation of seats by persons already members of one house on election to other house of parliament 70. Election to more than one seat in either House of Parliament or in the House or either House of the Legislature of a state. G. Publication of election results and nominations 71. Publication of results of elections to the Council of States and of names of persons nominated by the President 72. Repealed. 73. Publication of results of general elections to the House of the People and the State Legislative Assemblies and of names of persons nominated thereto 73a. Special provisions as to certain elections 74. Publication of results of elections to the State Legislative Councils and of names of persons nominated to such councils.
H.
Declaration of assets and liabilities 75a. Declaration of assets and liabilities. I. Election expenses 76. Application of Chapter 77. Account of election expenses and maximum thereof 78. Lodging of account with the District Election Officer G. Free supply of certain material to candidates of recognized political parties 78a. Free supply of copies of electoral rolls 78b. Supply of certain items to candidates, etc. H. Disputes regarding elections. A. Interpretation 79. Definitions. B.
Presentation
of election petitions to High Court 80. Election petitions 80a. High Court to try election petitions 81. Presentation of petitions 82. Parties to the petition 83. Contents of petition 84. Relief that may be claimed by the petitioner 85. Repealed. C. Trial of election petitions 86. Trial of election petitions 87. Procedure before the High Court.
8892. Sections
86 to 87
substituted for sections
86 to 92, 93. Documentary evidence 94. Secrecy of voting not to be infringed 95. Answering of criminating questions and certificate of indemnity 96. Expenses of witnesses 97. Recrimination when seek claim 98. Decision of the High Court 99. Other orders to be made by the High Court 100. Grounds for declaring election to be void 101. Grounds for which a candidate other than the returned candidate may be declared to have been elected 102. Procedure in case of an equality of votes 103. Communication of orders of the High Court 104. Repealed. 105. Repealed. 106. Transmission of order to the appropriate authority, etc., and its publication. 107 Effect of orders of the High Court. D. Withdrawal and abatement of election petitions 108. Repealed. 109. Withdrawal of election petitions 110. Procedure for withdrawal of election petitions 111. Report of withdrawal by the High Court to the Election Commission 112. Abatement of election petitions 11315. Sections 112 substituted for sections 112 to 115, 116. Abatement or substitution on death of respondent. E. Appeals 116a. Appeals to Supreme Court 116b. Stay of operation of order of High Court 116c. Procedure in appeal. F. Costs and security for costs.
117
security for costs 118. Security for costs from a respondent 119. Costs 119A120. Sections 117 to 119 substituted for sections 117 to 120, 121. Payment of costs out of security deposits and return of such deposits 122. Execution of orders as to costs I. Corrupt practices and electoral offences. A. Corrupt practices 123. Corrupt practices 124. Section 123 substituted for sections 123 to 124. B. Electoral offences 125. Promoting enmity between classes in connection with election 125A. Penalty for filing false affidavit, etc. 126. Prohibition of public meetings during period of 48 hours ending with are fixed for conclusion of poll 126A. Restriction on publication and dissemination of result of exit polls, etc. 126B. Offences by companies 127. Disturbances at election meetings 127A. Restrictions on the printing of pamphlets, posters, etc. 128. Maintenance of secrecy of voting 129. Officers, etc. at elections not to act for candidates or to influence voting 130. Prohibition of canvassing in or near polling stations 131. Penalty for disorderly conduct in or near polling stations 132. Penalty for misconduct at the polling station 132A. Penalty for failure to observe procedure for voting 133. Penalty for illegal hiring or procuring of conveyances at elections 134. Breaches of official duty in connection with elections 134A. Penalty for government servants for acting as election agent, polling agent or counting agent 134B. Prohibition of going armed to or near a polling station 135. Removal of ballot papers from polling station to be an offence.
135
Offence of booth capturing 135B. Grant of paid holiday to employees on the day of poll 135C. Liquor not to be sold, given or distributed on polling day 136. Other offences and penalties therefore 137, repealed, 138. Repealed. J. Disqualifications. A. Disqualifications for membership 139. Repealed. 140. Repealed. 140A. Repealed. B. Disqualifications for voting 141. Repealed. 142. Repealed. 143. Repealed. 144. Repealed. C. Other disqualifications 145. Repealed. D. Powers of Election Commission in connection with inquiries as to disqualifications of members 146. Powers of Election Commission 146A. Statements made by persons to the Election Commission 146B. Procedure to be followed by the Election Commission 146C. Protection of action taken in good faith by elections. 147 casual vacancies in the Council of States 148. Repealed. 149. Casual vacancies in the House of the People 150. Casual vacancies in the State Legislative Assemblies 151. Casual vacancies in the State Legislative Councils 151A. Time limit for filling vacancies referred to in sections 147, 149, 150 and 151L miscellaneous provisions 152. List of members of the state legislative assemblies and electoral colleges to be maintained by the returning officers concerned 153. Extension of time for completion of election 154. Term of office of members of the Council of States 155. Commencement of the term of office of members of the Council of States 156. Term of office of members of state legislative councils 157. Commencement of the term of office of members of the legislative councils 158. Return of forfeiture of candidates deposit 159. Staff of certain authorities to be made available for election work 160. Requisitioning of premises, vehicles, etc. for election purposes 161. Payment of compensation 162. Power of obtain information 163. Powers of entry into and inspection of premises, etc. 164. Eviction from requisition premises 165. Release of premises from requisition 166. Delegation of functions of the state government with regard to requisitioning 167. Penalty for contravention of any order regarding requisitioning 168. Repealed. General Provisions 169. Power to make rules 170. Jurisdiction of civil courts barred. 171. Repealed.
Flag
Flag
Code of
Code of
India.
India. There is universal affection and respect for, and loyalty to, the national flag. Yet, a perceptible lack of awareness is often noticed, not only amongst people but also in the organizations agencies of the government, with regard to laws, practices and conventions that apply to the display of the national flag. Apart from non-statutory instructions issued by the government from time to time, the display of the national flag is governed by the provisions of the Emblems and Names, Prevention of Improper Use, Act, 1950 and the Prevention of Insults to National Honour Act, 1971. The Flag Code of India, 2002, is an attempt to bring together all such laws, conventions, practices and instructions for the guidance and benefit of all concerned. For the sake of convenience, the Flag Code of India, 2002, has been divided into three parts. Part I of the code contains a general description of the national flag. Part 2 of the code is devoted to the display of the national flag by members of public, private organizations, educational institutions, etc. Part 3 of the code relates to display of the national flag by central and state governments and their organizations and agencies. The Flag Code of India, 2002, took effect from 26 January 2002 and superseded the Flag Code India, as it existed earlier. Part I. General description of the national flag. 1.1 The national flag shall be a tricolor panel made up of 3 rectangular panels or sub-panels of equal widths. The color of the top panel shall be India saffron, Kesari, and that of the bottom panel shall be India green. The middle panel shall be white, bearing at its center the design of Ashoka Chakra in navy blue color with 24 equally spaced spokes. The Ashoka Chakra shall preferably be screen printed or otherwise printed or stenciled or suitably embroidered and shall be completely visible on both sides of the flag in the center of the white panel. 1.2 The national flag of India shall be made of hand-spun and hand-woven wool cotton silk khadi bunting. 1.3 The national flag shall be rectangular in shape. The ratio of the length to the height, width, of the flag shall be 3:2. 1.4 The standard sizes of the national flag shall be as follows. Flag size no. Dimensions in mm 6300 times 4200 to 3600 times 2400 2700 times 1800 1800 times 1205 1350 times 906 900 times 607 450 times 308 225 times 159 150 times 100 1.5 An appropriate size should be chosen for display. The flags of 450 by 300 mm size are intended for aircrafts on whip flights, 225 by 150 mm size for motorcars and 150 by 100 mm size for tables. Part 2 Hosting display use of national flag by members of public, private organizations, educational institutions, etc. Section I 2.1 There shall be no restriction on the display of the national flag by members of general public, private organizations, educational institutions, etc., except to the extent provided in the Emblems and Names, Prevention of Improper Use, Act, 1950 and the Prevention of Insults to National Honor Act, 1971 and any other law enacted on the subject. Keeping in view the provisions of the aforementioned acts, the flag shall not be used for commercial purposes in violation of the Emblems and Names, Prevention of Improper Use, Act, 1950, 2. The flag shall not be dipped in salute to any person or thing. 3. The flag shall not be flown at half-mast except on occasion on which the flag is flown at half-mast on public buildings in accordance with the instructions issued by the government. 4. The flag shall not be used as a drapery in any form whatsoever, including private funerals. The flag shall not be used as a portion of costume or uniform of any description, nor shall it be embroidered or printed upon cushions, handkerchiefs, napkins or any dress material. 6. Lettering of any kind shall not be put upon the flag. 7. The flag shall not be used as a receptacle for receiving, delivering, holding or carrying anything, except that there shall be no objection to keeping flower petals inside the flag before it is unfurled as part of celebrations on special occasion and on national days like the Republic Day and the Independence Day. 8. When used on occasion like unveiling of a statue, the flag shall be displayed distantly and separately, and it shall not be used as a covering for the statue or monument. 9. The flag shall not be used to cover a speaker's desk, nor shall it be draped over a speaker's platform. Kissed smiley. The flag shall not be intentionally allowed to touch the ground or the floor or trail in water. 11. The flag shall not be draped over the hood, top, sides or back of a vehicle, train, boat or an aircraft. 12. The flag shall not be used as a covering for a building. 13. The flag shall not be intentionally displayed with its saffron portion downwards. 2.2 A member of public, a private organization or an educational institution may display the national flag on all days and occasion, ceremonial
or
or
otherwise,
otherwise, consistent with the dignity and honor of the national flag. Whenever the national flag is displayed, it should occupy the position of honor and should be distinctly placed. 2. A damaged or disheveled flag should not be displayed. 3. The flag should not be flown from a single masthead simultaneously with any other flag or flags. 4. The flag should not be flown on any vehicle except in accordance with the provisions contained in Section 9 of Part 3 of this Code. When the flag is displayed on a speaker's platform, it should be flown on the speaker's right as he faces the audience or flat against the wall, above and behind the speaker. 6. When the flag is displayed flat and horizontal on a wall, the saffron band should be uppermost, and when displayed vertically, the saffron band shall be on the right with reference to the flag, i.e., left to the person facing the flag. 7. To the extent possible, the flag should conform to the specifications prescribed in Part I of this Code. 8. No other flag or bunting should be placed higher than or above or side by side with the national flag, nor should any object including flowers or garlands or emblem be placed on or above the flagmast from which the flag is flown. 9. The flag should not be used as a festoon, rosette or bunting or in any other manner for decoration. Kissed smiley. The flag made of paper may be waved by public on occasion of important national, cultural and sports events. However, such paper flags should not be discarded or thrown on the ground after the event. As far as possible, they should be disposed of in private consistent with the dignity of the flag. 11. Where the flag is displayed in open, it should, as far as possible, be flown from sunrise to sunset, irrespective of weather conditions. 12. The flag should not be displayed or fastened in any manner as may damage it. 13. When the flag is in a damaged or soiled condition, it shall be destroyed as a whole in private, preferably by burning or by any other method consistent with the dignity of the flag.
Section 2.2.3 The national
flag may be hosted in educational institutions, schools, colleges, sports camps, scout camps, etc., to inspire respect for the flag. A model set of instructions for guidance is given here. The school will assemble in open square formation with pupils forming the three sides and the flagstaff at the center of the fourth side. The headmaster, the pupil leader and the person unfurling the flag, if other than the headmaster, will stand 3 paces behind the flagstaff. 2. The pupils will fall according to classes and in squads of 10, or other number according to strength. These squads will be arranged one behind the other. The pupil leader of the class will stand to the right of the first row of his class, and the form master will stand 3 paces behind the last row of his class, towards the middle. The classes will be arranged along the square in the order of seniority with the senior-most class at the right end. 3. The distance between each row should be at least 1 pace, 30 inches, and the space between form and form should be the same. 4. When each form or class is ready, the class leader will step forward and salute the selected school pupil leader. As soon as all the forms are ready, the school pupil leader will step up to the headmaster and salute him. The headmaster will return the salute. Then, the flag will be unfurled. The school pupil leader may assist. We, the school pupil leader in charge of the parade, or assembly, will call the parade to attention, just before the unfurling, and he will call them to the salute when the flag flies out. The parade will keep at the salute for a brief interval, and then on the command, order, the parade will come to the attention position. 6. The flag salutation will be followed by the national anthem. The parade will be kept at the attention during this part of the function. 7. On all occasions when the pledge is taken, the pledge will follow the national anthem. When taking the pledge, the assembly will stand to attention and the headmaster will administer the pledge ceremoniously and the assembly will repeat it after him. 8. In pledging allegiance to the national flag, the practice to be
adopted in schools
is as follows. Standing with folded hands, all repeat together the following pledge. I pledge allegiance to the national flag and to the sovereign socialist secular democratic republic for which it stands. Part 3. Hosting display of the national flag by the central and state governments and their organizations and agencies.
Section
I. Defense installations, heads of missions posts. 3.1. The provisions of this part shall not apply to defense installations that have their own rule for display of the national flag. 3.2. The national flag may also be flown on the headquarters and the residences of the heads of missions posts abroad in the countries where it is customary for diplomatic and consular representatives to fly their national flags on the headquarters and their official residences. Section 2. Official display. 3.3. Subject to the provisions contained in Section I above, it shall be mandatory for all governments and their organizations agencies to follow the provisions contained in this part. 3.4. On all occasions for official display, only the flag conforming to specifications laid down by the Bureau of Indian Standards and bearing their standard mark shall be used. On other occasions also, it is desirable that only such flags as of appropriate size are flown. Section 3. Correct display. 3.5. Wherever the flag is flown, it should occupy the position of honor and be distantly placed. 3.6. Where the practice is to fly the flag on any public building, it shall be flown on that building on all days including Sundays and holidays and, except as provided in this code, it shall be flown from sunrise to sunset.
Irrespective of weather
conditions. The flag may be flown on such a building at night also, but this should be only on very special occasion. 3.7. The flag shall always be hoisted briskly and lowered slowly and ceremoniously. When the hoisting and the lowering of the flag is accompanied by appropriate bugle calls, the hoisting and lowering should be simultaneous with the bugle calls. 3.8. When the flag is displayed from a staff projecting horizontally or at an angle from a windowsill, balcony, or front of a building, the saffron band shall be at the farther end of the staff. 3.9. When the flag is displayed flat and horizontal on a wall, the saffron band shall be uppermost, and when displayed vertically, the saffron band shall be to the right with reference to the flag, i.e., it may be to the left of a person facing it. 3.10. When the flag is displayed on a speaker's platform, it shall be flown on a staff on the speaker's right as he faces the audience or flat against the wall above and behind the speaker. 3.11. When used on occasion like the unveiling of a statue, the flag shall be displayed distantly and separately. 3.12. When the flag is displayed alone on a motor car, it shall be flown from a staff, which should be affixed firmly either on the middle front of the bonnet or to the front right side of the car. 3.13. When the flag is carried in a procession or a parade, it shall be either on the marching right, i.e., the flag's own right, or if there is a line of other flags, in front of the center of the line. Section 4. Incorrect display. 3.14. A damaged or disheveled flag shall not be displayed. 3.15 The flag shall not be dipped in salute to any person or thing. 3.16 No other flag or bunting shall be placed higher than or above or, except as hereinafter provided, side by side with the national flag, nor shall any object including flowers or garlands or emblem be placed on or above the flagmast from which the flag is flown. 3.17 The flag shall not be used as a festoon, rosette or bunting or in any other manner for decoration. 3.18 The flag shall not be used to cover a speaker's desk nor shall it be
draped over a speaker's
platform. 3.19 The flag shall not be displayed with the saffron portion downwards. 3.20 The flag shall not be allowed to touch the ground or the floor or trail in water. 3.21 The flag shall not be displayed or fastened in any manner as may damage it. Section V. Misuse. 3.22 The flag shall not be used as a drapery in any form whatsoever except in state, military, central, paramilitary forces, funerals, hereinafter provided. 3.23 The flag shall not be draped over the hood, top, sides or back of a vehicle, train or boat. 3.24 The flag shall not be used or stored in such a manner as may damage or soil it. 3.25 When the flag is in a damaged or soiled condition, it shall not be cast aside or disrespectfully disposed of but shall be destroyed as a whole in private, preferably by burning or by any other method consistent with the dignity of the flag. 3.26 The flag shall not be used as a covering for a building. 3.27 The flag shall not be used as a portion of a costume or uniform of any description. It shall not be embroidered or printed upon cushions, handkerchiefs, napkins or boxes. 3.28 Lettering of any kind shall not be put upon the flag. 3.29 The flag shall not be used in any form of advertisement nor shall an advertising sign be fastened to the pole from which the flag is flown. 3.30 The flag shall not be used as a receptacle for receiving, delivering, holding or carrying anything, provided that there shall be no objection to keeping flower petals inside the flag before it is unfurled, as part of celebrations on special occasion and on national days like the Republic Day and the Independence Day. Section 6. Salute. 3.31 During the ceremony of hoisting or lowering the flag or when the flag is passing in a parade or in a review, all persons present should face the flag
and stand at attention.
Those present in uniform should render the appropriate salute. When the flag is in a moving column, persons present will stand at attention or salute as the flag passes them. A dignitary may take the salute without a headdress. Section 7. Display with flags of other nations and of United Nations. 3.32 When displayed in a straight line with flags of other countries, the national flag shall be on the extreme right, i.e., if an observer were to stand in the center of the row of the flags facing the audience, the national flag should be to his extreme right. 3.33 Flags of foreign countries shall proceed as from the national flag in alphabetical order on the basis of English versions of the names of the countries concerned. It would be permissible in such a case to begin and also to end the row of flags with the national flag and also to include the national flag in the normal country-wise alphabetical order. The national flag shall be hoisted first and lowered last. 3.34 In case flags are to be flown in an open circle, i.e., in an arc or a semicircle, the same procedure shall be adopted as is indicated in the preceding clause of this section. In case flags are to be flown in a closed, i.e., complete circle, the national flag shall mark the beginning of the circle and the flags of other countries should proceed in a clockwise manner until the last flag is placed next to the national flag. It is not necessary to use separate national flags to mark the beginning and the end of the circle of flags. The national flag shall also be included in its alphabetical order in such a closed circle. 3.35 When the national flag is displayed against a wall with another flag from crossed staffs, the national flag shall be on the right, i.e., the flag's own right, and its staff shall be in front of the staff of the other flag. 3.36 When the United Nations flag is flown along with the national flag, it can be displayed on either side of the national flag. The general practice is to fly the national flag on the extreme right with reference to the direction which it is facing, i.e., extreme left of an observer facing the masts flying the flags.
3.37
when the national flag is flown with flags of other countries, the flag masts shall be of equal size. International usage forbids the display of the flag of one nation above that of another nation in time of peace. 3.38 The national flag shall not be flown from a single masthead simultaneously with any other flag or flags. There shall be separate mastheads for different flags. Section 8. Display over public buildings, official residences. 3.39 Normally the national flag should be flown only on important public buildings such as high courts, secretariats, commissioners' offices, collectorates, jails and offices of the district boards, municipalities and Jilla Parishads and departmental public sector undertakings. 3.40 In frontier areas, the national flag may be flown on the border customs posts, checkposts, outposts and at other special places where flying of the flag has special significance. In addition, it may be flown on the campsites of border patrols. 3.41 The national flag should be flown on the official residences of the President, Vice President, Governors and Lieutenant Governors when they are at headquarters and on the building in which they stay during their visits to places outside the headquarters. The flag flown on the official residence should, however, be brought down as soon as the dignitary leaves the headquarters, and it should be rehoisted on that building as he enters the main gate of the building on return to the headquarters. When the dignitary is on a visit to a place outside the headquarters, the flag should be hoisted on the building in which he stays as he enters the main gate of that building, and it should be brought down as soon as he leaves that place. However, the flag should be flown from sunrise to sunset on such official residences, irrespective of whether the dignitary is at headquarters or not on the Republic Day, Independence Day, Mahatma Gandhi's birthday, National Week, 6th to 13th April, in the memory of martyrs of Jallianwala Bagh, any other particular day of national rejoicing as may be specified by the Government of India, in the case of a state, on the anniversary of formation of that state.
3.42
When the President, the Vice President or the Prime Minister visits an institution, the national flag may be flown by the institution as a mark of respect. 3.43 On the occasion of the visit to India by foreign dignitaries, namely, President, Vice President, Emperor, King or Heir Prince and the Prime Minister, the national flag may be flown along with the flag of the foreign country concerned in accordance with the rules contained in Section 7 by such private institutions as are according reception to the visiting foreign dignitaries and on such public buildings as the foreign dignitaries intend to visit on the day of visit to the institution. Section 9. Display on motor cars. 3.44 The privilege of flying the national flag on motor cars is limited to the 1. President, 2. Vice President, 3. Governors and Lieutenant Governors, 4. Heads of Indian missions posts abroad in the countries to which they are accredited, 5. Prime Minister and other Cabinet Ministers, Ministers of State and Deputy Ministers of the Union, Chief Minister and other Cabinet Ministers of a State or Union Territory, Ministers of State and Deputy Ministers of a State or Union Territory, 6. Speaker of the Lok Sabha, Deputy Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, Deputy Speaker of the Lok Sabha, Chairman of Legislative Councils in States, Speakers of Legislative Assemblies in States and Union Territories, Deputy Chairman of Legislative Councils in States, Deputy Speakers of Legislative Assemblies in States and Union Territories. 7. Chief Justice of India, Judges of Supreme Court, Chief Justice of High Courts.
Judges of High Courts.
3.45 The dignitaries mentioned in clauses 5 to 7 of paragraph 3.44 may fly the national flag on their cars, whenever they consider it necessary or advisable. 3.46 When a foreign dignitary travels in a car provided by government, the national flag will be flown on the right side of the car and the flag of the foreign country will be flown on the left side of the car. Section X. Display on trains, aircrafts. 3.47 When the President travels by special train within the country, the national flag should be flown from the driver's cab on the side facing the platform of the station from where the train departs. The flag should be flown only when the special train is stationary or when coming into the station where it is going to halt. 3.48 The national flag will be flown on the aircraft carrying the President, the Vice President or the Prime Minister on a visit to a foreign country. alongside the national flag. The flag of the country visited should also be flown, but when the aircraft lands in countries en route, the national flags of the countries touched would be flown instead, as a gesture of courtesy and goodwill. 3.49 When the President goes on tour within India, the national flag will be displayed on the side by which the President will embark the aircraft or disembark from it. Section 11. Half-masting. 3.50 In the event of the death of the following dignitaries, the national flag shall be half-masted at the places indicated against each on the day of the death of the dignitary. 3.51 If the intimation of the death of any dignitary is received in the afternoon, the flag shall be half-masted on the following day also at the place or places indicated above, provided the funeral has not taken place before sunrise on that day. 3.52 On the day of the funeral of a dignitary mentioned above, the flag shall be half-masted at the place where the funeral takes place. 3.53 If state mourning is to be observed on the death of any dignitary, the flag shall be half-masted throughout the period of the mourning throughout India in the case of the union dignitaries and throughout the state or union territory concerned in the case of a state or union territory dignitary. 3.54 Half-masting of the flag and, where necessary, observance of state mourning on the death of foreign dignitaries will be governed by special instructions which will issue from the Ministry of Home Affairs in individual cases. 3.55 Notwithstanding the above provisions, in the event of a half-mast day coinciding with the Republic Day, Independence Day, Mahatma Gandhi's birthday, National Week, 6th to 13th April, in the memory of martyrs of Jallianwala Bagh, any other particular day of national rejoicing as may be specified by the Government of India, in the case of a state, on the anniversary of formation of that state, the flags shall not be flown at half-mast except over the building where the body of the deceased is lying until such time it has been removed, and that flag shall be raised to the full mast position after the body has been removed. 3.56 If mourning were to be observed in a parade or procession where a flag is carried, streamers of black crape shall be attached to the spearhead, allowing the streamers to fall naturally. The use of black crape in such a manner shall be only by an order of the government. 3.57 When flown at half-mast, the flag shall be hoisted to the peak for an instant, then lowered to the half-mast position, but before lowering the flag for the day, it shall be raised again to the peak. Note: by half-mast is meant hauling down the flag to one-half the distance between the top and the guy line, and in the absence of the guy line, half of the staff. 3.58 On occasion of state military central paramilitary forces funerals, the flag shall be draped over the bier or coffin with the saffron towards the head of the bier or coffin. The flag shall not be lowered into the grave or burnt in the pyre. 3.59 In the event of death of either the head of the state or head of the government of a foreign country, the Indian mission accredited to that country may fly the national flag at half-mast even if that event falls on Republic Day, Independence Day, Mahatma Gandhi's birthday, National Week, 6th to 13th April, in the memory of martyrs of Jallianwala Bagh, or any other particular day of national rejoicing as may be specified by the Government of India. In the event of death of any other dignitary of that country, the national flag should not be flown at half-mast by the missions except when the local practice or protocol, which should be ascertained from the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, where necessary, require that the national flag of a foreign mission in that country should also be flown at half-mast. Presidents, Vice Presidents, Prime Ministers, etc. A Presidents of India name Tenure 1. Dr. Rajendra Prasad 1950-1962-2. Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan 1962-1967-3. Dr. Zakir Hussain 1967-1969, died, 4. Varahajiri Venkatagiri 1969-1969, acting, 5. Justice Muhammad Hidayatullah 1969-1969, acting, 6. Varahajiri Venkatagiri 1969-1974-7. Fakhruddin Ali Ahmed 1974-1977, died, 8. B.D. Jatli 1977-1977, acting, 9. Neelam Sanjeeva Reddy 1977-1982-10. Gianni Zail Singh 1982-1987-11. R. Venkatraman 1987-1992-12. Dr. Shankar Dayal Sharma 1992-1997. 13. K. R. Narayanan 1997-2002-14. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam 2002-2007-15. SMT Pratibha Patil 2007-2012-16. Pranab Mukherjee 2012 till date. Be Vice Presidents of India. Name can your 1. Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan 1952-1962-2. Dr. Zakir Hussain 1962-1967-3. Varahajairi Venkatagiri 1967-1969-4. Gopal Swarup Pathak 1969-1974-5. B.D. Jatti 1974-1979-6. Justice Muhammad Hidayatullah 1979-1984-7. R. Venkatraman 1984-1987-8. Dr. Shankar Dayal Sharma 1987-1992-9. K. R. Narayanan 1992-1997-10. Krishan Kant 1997-2002, died, 11. Varun Singh Shekhawat 2002-2007-12. Muhammad Hamid Ansari 2007-2012-13. Muhammad Hamid Ansari 2012 till date. See Prime Ministers of India. Name can your 1. Jawaharlal Nehru 1947-1964, died. 2. Gulzari Lal Nanda 1964-1964, acting. 3. Lal Bahadur Shastri 1964-1966, died. 4. Gulzari Lal Nanda 1966-1966, acting. 5. Indira Gandhi 1966-1977-6. Morarji Desai 1977-1979-7. Charan Singh 1979-1988. Indira Gandhi 1980-1984, died, 9. Rajiv Gandhi 1984-1989-10. Vishwanath Pratap Singh 1989-1990-11. Chandra Shekhar 1990-1991-12. P.V. Narasimha Rao 1991-1996-13. Atal Bihari Vajpayee 1996-1996, for 16 days, 14. H.D. Deve Gupta 1996-1997-15. I.K. Gujral 1997-1998-16. Atal Bihari Vajpayee 1998-1999-17. Atal Bihari Vajpayee 1999-2004-18. Dr. Manmohan Singh 2004-2009-19. Dr. Manmohan Singh 2009-2014-20. Narendra Modi 2014 till date. The Deputy Prime Minister's name can your 1. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel 1947-1952. Morarji Desai 1967-1969. 3. Charan Singh and Jagjeevan Ram, jointly, 1977-1979-4. Y.B. Chavan 1979-1985. Devi Lal 1989-1996. Devi Lal 1990-1991-7. L.K. Advani 2002-2004. Union Finance Minister's name can your 1. R.K. Shanmukham Chettari 1947-1949-2. John Mathai 1949-1951-3. C.D. Deshmukh 1951-1957-4. T.T. Krishnamchari 1957-1958-5. Jawaharlal Nehru 1958-1959-6. Morarji Desai 1959-1964-7. T.T. Krishnamchari 1964-1966-8. Sachindra Chaudhary 1966-1967-9. Morarji Desai 1967-1970-10. Indira Gandhi 1970-1971-11. Y.B. Chavan 1971-1975 12. C. Subramaniam 1975-1977 13. H. M. Patel 1977-1978 14. Charan Singh 1979-1980 15. R. Venkatraman 1980-1982 16. Pranab Mukherjee 1982-1985.
17. B.P. Singh 1985-1987 18.
N.D. Tiwari 1988-1989 19. S.B. Chavan 1989-1990 20. Madhu Dandavate 1990-1991 21. Yashwant Sinha 1991-1991 22. Manmohan Singh 1991-1996 23. P. Chidambaram 1996-1998 24. Yashwant Sinha 1998-2002 25. Jaswant Singh 2002-2004 26. P. Chidambaram 2004-2008 27. Pranab Mukherjee 2009-2012 28. P. Chidambaram 2012-2014 29. Arun Jaitley 2014 till date. F. Speakers of the Lok Sabha name tenure 1. Ganesh Vasudev Malankar 1952-1956, died. 2. M. Ananta Sarinam Iyengar 1956-1962 3. Hukam Singh 1962-1967 4. Neelam Sanjeeva Reddy 1967-1969, resigned. 5. Godial Singh Dhillon 1969-1975, resigned. 6. Bali Ram Bhagat 1976-1977 7. Neelam Sanjeeva Reddy 1977-1977, resigned. 8. Kailas Hegde 1977-1980. 9. Balram Jagga 1980-1989 10. Ravi Ray 1989-1991 11. Shivraj V. Patil 1991-1996 12. P.A. Sangama 1996-1998 13. GMC Balayugi 1998-2002, died. 14. Manohar Gajanan Joshi 2002-2004 15. Somnath Chatterjee 2004-2009 16. Ms. Meera Kumar 2009-2014 17. Ms. Sumitra Mahajan 2014 till date. G. Chief Justices of India name tenure 1. Harilal J. Kania 1950-1951 2. M. Patanjali Sastry 1951-1954 3. M.C. Mahajan 1954-1954 4. B.K. Mukherjee 1954-1956 5. S.R. Das 1956-1959 6. V.P. Sinha 1959-1964 7. P.V. Gajendra Gurkha 1964-1966 8. A.K. Sarkar 1966-1966 9. K. Subba Rao 1966-1967 10. K.N. Glanchul 1967-1968 11. M. Hidayatullah 1968-1970 12. J.C. Shah 1970-1971. 13. S.M. Sikri 1971-1973 14. A.N. Ray 1973-1977 15. M.H. Beg 1977-1978 16. Y.M. Chandrachal 1978-1985 17. P.N. Bhagwati 1985-1986 18. R.S. Pathak 1986-1989 19. E.S. Venkatramaya 1989-1989 20. S. Mukherjee 1989-1990 21. Ranganath Mishra 1990-1991 22. K.N. Singh 1991-1991 23. M.H. Kania 1991-1992 24. L.M. Sharma 1992-1993 25. M.N. Venkatachlaya 1993-1994 26. A.M. Ahmadi 1994-1997-27. J.S. Verma 1997-1998-28. M.M. Punchchi 1998-1998-29. A.S. Anand 1998-2001-30. S.P. Bharucha 2001-2002-31. B.N. Kirpal 2002-2002-32. G.B. Patanayak 2002-2002-33. V.N. Khare 2002-2004-34. S. Rajendra Babu 2004-2004-35. R.C. Lahoti 2004-2005-36. Y.K. Sabharwal 2005-2007. 37 kg Balakrishnan 2007-2010-38. S.H. Kapadia 2010-2012-39. Altamas Kabir 2012-2013-40. P. Sanatasivam 2013-2014-41. R.M. Lodha 2014-2014-42. H.L. Dattu 2014-2015-43. T.S. Thakur 2015 till date H. Chief Election Commissioners of India name Kenyor 1. Sukumar Sen 1950-1958-2. K.V.K. Sundaram 1958-1967-3. S.P. Sen Verma 1967-1972-4. Dr. Nagendra Singh 1972-1973-5. T. Swaminathan 1973-1977-6. S.L. Shakhtar 1977-1982-7. R.K. Trivedi 1982-1985-8. R.V.S. Peri Sastare 1986-1999. S.M.T.V.S. Ramadevi 1990-1990-10. T.N. Sheshan 1990-1996-11. M.S. Gill 1996-2001-12. J.M. Lingor 2001-2004-13. T.S. Krishnamurthy 2004-2005-14. V.B. Tandon 2005-2006. 15 N. Gopalaswamy 2006-2009-16. Navin Chawla 2009-2010-17. S.Y. Quraishi 2010-2012-18. V.S. Sampat 2012-2015-19. H.S. Brahma 2015-2015-20. Nasim Zadi 2015 till date I Chairman of the UPSC name Kenyor 1. Sir Ross Barker 1926-1932-2. Sir David Petrie 1932-1936-3. Sir Ed Gordon 1937-1942-4. Sir F. W. Robertson 1942-1947-5. H. K. Kripalni 1947-1949-6. R. N. Banerjee 1949-1955-7. N. Govindarajan 1955-1955-8. V. S. Hejmade 1955-1961-9. V. N. Jha 1961-1967-10. K. R. Damle 1967-1971-11. R. C. S. Sarkar 1971-1973-12. Dr. A. R. Kidwai 1973-1979-13. Dr. M. L. Shahre 1979-1985-14. H. K. L. Kapoor 1985-1990-15. J. P. Gupta 1990-1992. 16 SMT RM Bayou, Kharbuli, 1992-1996-17. SJS Chatwal 1996-1996-18. JM Qureshi 1996-1998-19. Lieutenant General, retired. Surinder Nath 1998-2002-20. PC Hota 2002-2003-21. Mata Prasad 2003-2005-22. Dr. S.R. Hashim 2005-2006-23. Gobachan Jagat 2006-2007-24. Subidatta 2007, 2008, 25. DP Agrawal 2008, 2014, 26. SMT Rajni Razdan 2014, 2014, 27. Deepak Gupta 2014 till date J Controller and Auditor Generals of India name Kenyor 1. V. Narhari Rao 1948-1954 2. A.K. Chanda 1954-1963. S.H. A.K. Roy 1960-1966 4. S. Ranganathan 1966-1972 5. A. Baxi 1972-1978 6. Gian Prakash 1978-1984 7. T. N. Chaturvedi 1984-1998. C. G. Somaya 1990-1996 9. V. K. Shanglu 1996-2002. 10. V. N. Cole 2002-2008 11. Vinod Rai 2008-2013 12. Shashikant Sharma 2013 till date K. Attorney Generals of India name Kenyor 1. M.C. Setalvad 1950-1963 2. C.K. Daftari 1963-1963 3. Niren De 1968-1977 4. S.V. Gupke 1977-1979 5. L.N. Sinha 1979-1983 6. K. Parasran 1983-1989 7. Solij. Sorabji 1989-1998. G. Ramaswamy 1990-1992 9. Mylon K. Banerjee 1992-1996 10. Ashok K. Desai 1996-1998 11. Solij. Sorabji 1998-2004 12. Mylon K. Banerjee 2004-2009 13. Gulam E. Wahnavati 2009-2014 15. Mukul Rohtagi 2014 till date. Chairperson of the National Commissions, a National Human Rights Commission, serial number name Kenyor 1. Justice Ranganath Misra 1993-1996 2. Justice M. N. Venkatashliya 1996-1999 3. Justice J. S. Verma 1999-2003 4. Justice A. S. Anand 2003-2006 5. Justice Shivaraj V. Patil 2006-2007, acting, 6. Justice S. Rajendra Babu 2007-2009 7. Justice Govind Prasad Mathur 2009-2010, acting, 8. Justice K. G. Balakrishnan 2010-2015 9. Justice Cyril Joseph 2015-2016, acting, 10. Justice H. L. Dutt 2016 till date BA National Commission for Women. Serial number name Kenyor 1. Jayanti Patnaik 1990-1995 2. Dr. V. Mohini Giri 1995-1998 3. Vibha Pasathi 1999-2002 4. Dr. Purnima Advani 2002-2005 5. Dr. Girija Vyas 2005-2008 6. Dr. Girija Vyas 2008-2011 7. Mamta Sharma 2011-2014 8. Lalita Kumamangalam 2014 till date C. National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, serial number name Kenyor 1. Dr. Shanta Sinha 2007-2010 2. Dr. Shanta Sinha 2010-2013 3. Kushal Singh 2013-2014 4. Stuti Narayan Kakar 2015 till date Dear National Commission for Backward Classes, serial number name Kenyor 1. Justice R. N. Prasad 1993-1996 2. Justice Shyam Sundar 1997-2003. Justice B. L. Yadav 2000-2002 4. Justice Ram Surat Singh 2002-2005 5. Justice S. Ratnaval Pandian 2006-2009.
6. Justice
M.
M.
N.
N.
Rao
Rao
2010, 2013 7. Justice V. Aishwarya 2013 till date E. National Commission for Minorities serial number name Kenyor 1. Justice Mohammad Sardar Ali Khan 1993-1996 2. Professor Tahir Mohammad 1996-1999 3. Justice Mohammad Shamim 2000-2003 4. Tarlokan Singh 2003-2006 5. Mohammad Hamid Ansari 2006-2007 6. Mohammad Shafiq Qureshi 2007-2010 7. Wajahat Habibullah 2011-2014 8. Naseem Ahmad 2014 till date F. National Commission for SCS and STS, combined, serial number name Kenyor 1. S.H. Ramzan 1992-1995 2. H. Hanumantappa 1995-1998 3. Dilip Singh Bhuria 1998-2002 4. Vijay Sonkar Shastri 2002-2004 G. National Commission for SCS serial number name Kenyor 1. Suraj Bhan 2004-2006. 2. Bhutta Singh 2007-2010 3. P.L. Punia 2010-2013 4. P.L. Punia 2013 till date H. National Commission for STS serial number name Kenyor 1. Kumar Singh 2004-2007 2. Omila Singh 2007-2010 3. Rameshwar Oraon 2010-2013 4. Rameshwar Oraon 2013 till date. Sections of the Constitution of Jammu and Kashmir Preliminary 1. Short title and commencement 2. Definitions of the state 3. Relationship of the state with the Union of India 4. Territory of the state 5. Extent of executive and legislative power of the state permanent residents 6. Permanent residents 7. Constitution of references to state subjects in existing laws 8. Legislature to define permanent residents 9. Special provision for bill relating to permanent residents 10. Rights of the permanent residents Directive Principles of State Policy.
11. Definition 12.
Application of the principles contained in this part 13. State to establish a socialist order of society for the promotion of welfare of the people 14. Economy of the state to be developed in a planned manner 15. State to ensure speedy improvement in standard of living of rural masses 16. Organization of village panchayats 17. State to take certain steps for promoting crafts and cottage industries 18. Separation of judiciary from executive 19. Right to work and to public assistance in certain cases 20. Rights of free and compulsory education in certain cases 21. Rights of children 22. Rights of women 23. Protection of educational, material and cultural interests of socially and economically backward sections 24. Duty of the state to improve public health 25. Duty of the state to foster equality and secularism Governor 26. Head of the state 27. Appointment of Governor 28. Term of office 29. Qualifications for appointment as Governor 30. Conditions of office 31. Oath of office 32. Omitted 33. Discharge of the functions of the Governor in certain contingencies 34. Power to grant pardons, reprieves, etc. Ministers and Advocate General 35. Council of Ministers to aid and advise the Governor 36. Appointment of Ministers 37. Ministers' responsibility to the Legislature 38. Deputy Ministers 39. Tenure of office 40. Oath of office and secrecy 41. Salaries and allowances of ministers and deputy ministers 42. Advocate General for the state 43. Rules of business 44. Duties of Chief Minister 45. Form of orders and instruments and their authentication State Legislature 46. Legislature for the state 47. Composition of Legislative Assembly 48. Provisions relating to Pakistan Occupied Territory 48. Holding of general election in the event of earlier dissolution of Legislative Assembly 49. Reservation of seats for scheduled castes 50. Composition of Legislative Council 51. Qualification of membership of the Legislature 52. Duration of Legislature 53. Sessions of the Legislature, prorogation and dissolution 54. Right of Governor to address and send messages to the House or Houses 55. Special address by the Governor 56. Rights of Ministers and Advocate General as respects the Houses 57. The Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the Legislative Assembly 58. Vacation and resignation of, and removal from, the offices of the Speaker and Deputy Speaker 59. Power of the Deputy Speaker or any third person to perform the duties of the office of or to act as Speaker 60. The Speaker and the Deputy Speaker not to preside while a resolution for his removal from office is under consideration 61. The Chairman and Deputy Chairman of the Legislative Council 62. Salaries and allowances of the Speaker and Deputy Speaker and the Chairman and the Deputy Chairman 63. Secretariat of the Legislature 64. Oath or affirmation by members 65. Quorum 66. Power of Houses to act notwithstanding vacancies 67. Voting in the Houses 58. Vacation of seers 69. Disqualification for membership 70. Decision on questions as to disqualification of members 71. Penalty for sitting and voting before taking oath or affirmation when not qualified or when disqualified 72. Powers, privileges, etc. of the Houses of Legislature and of the members and committees thereof 73. Salaries and allowances of members 74. Provisions as to introduction and passing of bills 75. Restriction on powers of Legislative Council as to bills other than money bills 76. Special procedure in respect of money bills 77. Definition of money bills 78. Assent to bills 79. Annual financial statement 80. Procedure in legislature with respect to estimates 81. Appropriation bills 82. Supplementary, additional or excess grants 83. Votes on account, votes of credit and exceptional grants 84. Special provisions as to financial bills 85. Rules of procedure 86. Regulation by law of procedure in the legislature in relation to financial business 87. Language to be used in the legislature 88. Restriction on discussion in the legislature 89. Courts not to inquire into proceedings of the legislature 90. Requirements as to recommendations regarded as matters of procedure only 91. Power of Governor to promulgate ordinances during recess of legislature 92. Provisions in case of failure of constitutional machinery in the State High Court 93. Constitution of High Court 94. High Court to be a court of record 95. Appointment and tenure of office of judges 96. Qualifications for appointment 97. Oath or affirmation by judges of the High Court 98. Salaries, etc. of judges 99. Resignation or removal of a judge of High Court 100. Appointment of acting judges 100A. Appointment of additional and acting judges 100B. Appointment of retired judges at sitting of the High Court 101. Place of sitting of the Court 102. Saving of existing jurisdiction of the High Court 103. Power to issue certain writs 104. Superintendence and control of subordinate courts 105. Transfer of cases to High Court 106. Omitted 107. Seal of the High Court 108. Officers and servants of the High Court subordinate courts 109. Appointment of district judges 109A. Validation of postings and transfers of, and judgments, etc., delivered by certain district judges 110. Recruitment of persons other than district judges to the judicial service 111. Control over the subordinate courts 112. Interpretation 113. Application of the provisions of this part to certain class or classes of magistrates, finance, property and contracts 114. Taxes not to be imposed save by authority of law 115. Consolidated Fund and Public Account 116. Contingency Fund 117. Expenditure defrayable by the state out of its revenues 118. Custody, etc. of Consolidated Fund, Contingency Fund and monies credited to the public account 119. Custody of suitors' deposit and other monies received by public servants and courts 120. Property accruing by escheat or lapse or as bona vacantia 121. Power to carry on trade, etc. 122. Contracts 123. Suits and proceedings public services 124. Recruitment and conditions of service of persons serving the state 125. Tenure of office of persons serving the state 126. Dismissal, reduction or removal of persons employed in civil capacities under the state 127. Transitional Provisions Public Service Commission 128. Public Service Commission for the State 129. Appointment and term of office of members 130. Removal and suspension of a member of the Commission 131. Power to make regulations as to conditions of service of members and staff of the Commission 132. Prohibition as to the holding of offices by members of the Commission on ceasing to be such members 133. Functions of the Commission 134. Acting appointment of Chairman of the Commission 135. Power to extend functions of the Commission 136. Expenses of the Commission 137. Reports of the Commission elections 138. Superintendence, Direction and Control of Elections 139. No person to be ineligible for inclusion in electoral roll on grounds of religion, race, caste or sex. 140 elections to the Legislative Assembly to be on the basis of adult suffrage 141. Power of Legislature to make provision with respect to elections to Legislature 142. But to interference by courts in electoral matters miscellaneous provisions 143. Protection of Governor 143A. Disqualification for appointment on remunerative political post 144. Flag of the State 145. Official language of the State 146. Academy for Development of Art, Culture and Languages Amendment of the Constitution 147. Amendment of the Constitution Transitional Provisions 148. Omitted 149. Omitted 150. Omitted 151. Omitted 152. Omitted 153. Provisions as to judges of High Court 154. Courts, authorities and officers to continue to function subject to the provisions of the Constitution 155. Monies received or raised or expenditure incurred between the commencement of the Constitution and the 31st day of March, 1957 156. Power of Sadari Riyasat to remove difficulties 157. Repeal and saving of laws and rules 158. Interpretation. UPSC questions on Indian polity, General Studies Prelims, 1993 Test Paper 1. The only instance when the President of India exercised his power of veto related to a. The Hindu Code Bill, b. The Pepsu Appropriation Bill, c. The Indian Post Office Amendment Bill, d. The Dowry Prohibition Bill 2. The Chief Minister of a state in India is not eligible to vote in the presidential election if a. He himself is a candidate, b. He is yet to prove his majority on the floor of the lower house of the state legislature. C. He is a member of the upper house of the state legislature. D. He is a caretaker chief minister. 3. The abolition of the IAS and the IPS has been recommended by the A. Devar Commission, B. Kalekar Commission, C. Care Commission, D. Rajmannar Commission. 4. Among the 4 pairs given below, which one consists of a correct combination of dignitaries who became vice presidents after having held diplomatic posts like ambassadors and high commissioners? A. Drs. Radhakrishnan and Gs. Pathak. B. Drs. Radhakrishnan and V.V. Giri. C. Dr. Zakir Hussain and K.R. Narayanan. D. B.D. Jatti and K.R. Narayanan. 5. Which one of the following statements is correct? A. Neither the Finance Commission nor the Planning Commission is a constitutional body. B. The scope of the Finance Commission is limited to a review of the revenue segment of the budget, while the Planning Commission takes an overall review embracing both capital and revenue requirements of the states. C. No one can be a member of both the Finance Commission and the Planning Commission at the same time. D. There is no overlapping of work and responsibility of the Finance Commission and those of the Planning Commission. 6. The Swarn Singh Committee considered the question of A. More autonomy to Punjab on the model of Jammu and Kashmir. B. The suitability of the presidential form of government for India. C. The precedence of the directive principles over fundamental rights. D. Administrative reforms. 7. Which one of the following is a feature common to both the Indian Federation and the American Federation? A. A single citizenship. B. 3 lists in the Constitution. C. Dual judiciary. D. A federal Supreme Court to interpret the Constitution. 8. Which one of the following is in the concurrent list in the Constitution of India? A. Population control and family planning. B. Public health and sanitation. C. Capitation taxes. D. Treasure trove. 9. Which one of the following statements regarding the office of the Speaker is correct? A. He holds office during the pleasure of the President. B. He need not be a member of the House at the time of his election but has to become a member of the House within 6 months from the date of his election. C. He loses his office if the House is dissolved before the end of its normal tenure. D. If he intends to resign, the letter of his resignation is to be addressed to the Deputy Speaker. 10. Which one of the following comes under the jurisdiction of both the High Court and the Supreme Court? A. Disputes between the centre and the states. B. Disputes between the states inter se. C. Protection of the fundamental rights. D. Protection against the violation of the Constitution. 11. The anti-defection law was enacted as early as 1979 in A. Kerala. B. Jammu and Kashmir. C. West Bengal. D. Tamil Nadu. 12. Which one of the following is incorrect in respect of parliamentary control over the budget? A. Parliament has no say in the preparation of the budget. B. Parliament has the power to increase expenditure charged on the consolidated fund. C. Parliament has no power to impose a tax without the President's recommendation. D. Parliament has no power to increase a tax without the President's recommendation. 13. Match list I with list 2 and select the correct answer by using the codes given below the lists. List I, list 2, features of the Indian Constitution, borrowed from A. Fundamental Rights 1. UKB Parliamentary System of Government 2. USA 3. Ireland C. Emergency Provisions 4. German Rate D. Directive Principles of State Policy 5. Canada Codes A, B, C, D. A. 2451. B. 5134. C. 2143. D. 124 March 2014. Which of the following statements regarding the Constituent Assembly are true? 1. It was not based on adult franchise. 2. It resulted from direct elections. 3. It was a multi-party body. 4. It worked through several committees. Select the correct answer from the codes given below. A. 1 and 2. B. 2 and 3. C. 1 and 4. D. 1, 2, 3 and 4. 1994 Test Paper 1. Which of the following statements regarding the advisory jurisdiction of the Supreme Court are correct? 1. It is binding on the Supreme Court to give its opinion on any matter referred to it by the President. 2. The full bench of the Supreme Court hears any reference made to it under its power of advisory jurisdiction. 3. The opinion given by the Supreme Court on a reference under advisory jurisdiction is not binding on the government. 4. Not more than one reference at a time can be made to the Supreme Court under its power of advisory jurisdiction. Select the correct answer from the codes given below. A. 1 and 2, B. 1 and 3, C. 2 and 3, D. 2 and 4 2. Which one of the following statements is correct? A. All the members of the Rajya Sabha are elected by state legislative assemblies. B. As the Vice President is the ex-officio chairman of the Rajya Sabha, only a member of the Rajya Sabha can contest for the office of the Vice President. C. A point of difference between the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha is that while a candidate to the Lok Sabha can contest from any state in India, a candidate to the Rajya Sabha should ordinarily be a resident of the state from where he is contesting. D. The Constitution of India explicitly prohibits the appointment of a nominated member of the Rajya Sabha to the post of a minister. 3. Freedom of the press in India, A. is specially provided in Article 19, 1, A. of the Constitution. B. is implied in the wider freedom of expression guaranteed by Article 19, 1, A. of the Constitution. C. is guaranteed under the provisions of Article 361 of the Constitution. D. emanates from the operation of the rule of law in the country. 4. In which respect have the center-state relations been specifically termed as municipal relations? A. Center's control of the state in legislative sphere. B. Center's control of the state in financial matters. C. Center's control of the state in the administrative sector. D. Center's control of the state in the planning process. 5. Which one of the following statements regarding exit poll is correct? A. Exit poll is a term used to denote a post-election survey of voters regarding the candidate in whose favor they had exercised their franchise. B. Exit poll and opinion poll are one and the same. C. Exit poll is a device through which results of voting can be most exactly predicted. D. Exit poll is an administrative device made recently by the Chief Election Commissioner to prevent impersonation. 6. Who among the following became the Prime Minister of India without being earlier the Chief Minister of a state? 1. Morarji Desai. 2. Charan Singh. 3. VP Singh. 4. Chandrasekhar. 5. PV Narasimha Rao. Select the correct answer from the codes given below. Codes: A. 1, 2 and 4, B. 2, 3 and 5, C. 2 only, D. 4 only. 7. Given below are two statements, one labeled as assertion, A, and the other labeled as reason, are assertion. A. In India, the political parties which formed the governments represented the majority of seats secured in the elections to the House of the People at the centre and the legislative assemblies in the states, but not the majority of votes. Reason: are the elections based on the majority vote system decide the result on the basis of relative majority of votes secured. In the context of the above two statements, which one of the following is correct? A. Both A and R are true and R is the correct explanation of A. B. Both A and R are true, but R is not a correct explanation of A. C. A is true, but R is false. D. A is false, but R is true. 8. Which of the following is R among the functions of the Election Commission of India? 1. Conduct of election for the posts of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, Lok Sabha, and the Deputy Chairman, Rajya Sabha. 2. Conduct of election to the corporations and municipalities. 3. Deciding on all doubts and disputes arising out of elections. Select the correct answer from the codes given below. Codes: A. 1 and 2, B. 1 and 3, C. 2 and 3, D. None. 9. Which of the following electoral systems have been adopted for various elections in India? 1. System of direct election on the basis of adult suffrage. 2. System of proportional representation by means of the single transferable vote. 3. List system of proportional representation 4. Cumulative system of indirect elections. Select the correct answer from the codes given below. Codes A, 1 and 2, B, 1 and 3, C, 1, 2 and 3, D, 2, 3 and 4. 10. Which of the following taxes are levied by the Union and collected and appropriated by the states? A. Stamp duties. B. Passenger and goods tax. C. Estate duty. D. Taxes on newspapers. 11. Which one of the following determines that the Indian Constitution is federal? A. A written and rigid constitution. B. An independent judiciary. C. Vesting of residuary powers with the centre. D. Distribution of powers between the centre and the states. 12. Given below are voting percentages of a political party secured in 3 successive elections to the Lok Sabha, years 1984, 1989, 1991. Percentages of votes 7.4, 11.4, 22.4. The party which secured these percentages of votes was A. Congress. I. B. Bahujan Samaj Party. C. Bharatiya Janata Party. D. Communist Party of India. Marxist. 13. Who among the following are appointed by the President of India? 1. The Chairman, Finance Commission. 2. The Deputy Chairman, Planning Commission. 3. The Chief Minister of a Union Territory. Choose the correct answer from the codes given below. Codes A. 1 only. B. 1 and 2 only. C. 1 and 3 only. D. 2 and 3 only. 14. The basic structure theory of the Constitution of India implies that A. Certain features of the Constitution are so essential to it that they cannot be abrogated. B. Fundamental rights cannot be abridged or taken away. C. The Constitution cannot be amended except in accordance with the procedure prescribed in Art. 368. D. The preamble of the Constitution cannot be amended for it is not part of the Constitution and at the same time represents its real spirit. 1995 Test Paper 1. The Dinesh Goswami Committee was concerned with A. Denationalization of banks. B. Electoral reforms. C. Steps to put down insurgency in the northeast. D. The problem of the Chakmas. 2. Which one of the following is not explicitly stated in the Constitution of India but followed as a convention? A. The Finance Minister is to be a member of the lower house. B. The Prime Minister has to resign if he loses majority in the lower house. C. All the parts of India are to be represented in the Council of Ministers. D. In the event of both the President and the Vice President demitting office simultaneously before the end of their tenure, the Speaker of the lower house of the Parliament will officiate as the President. 3. Which of the following are the states in which the Lok Ayukta Act includes the Chief Minister in its ambit? A. West Bengal and Kerala. B. Gujarat and Maharashtra. C. Madhya Pradesh and Orissa. D. Rajasthan and Karnataka. 4. Which one of the following is incorrect in respect of local government in India? A. According to the Indian Constitution, local government is not an independent tier in the federal system. B. 30% of the seats in local bodies are reserved for women. C. Local government finances are to be provided by a commission. D. Elections to local bodies are to be determined by a commission. 5. Which of the following political parties are national political parties? 1. Muslim League. 2. Revolutionary Socialist Party. 3. All India Forward Bloc. 4. Peasants and Workers' Party of India. Choose the correct answer from the codes given below. Codes A. 1, 2 and 3. B. 2 and 4. C. 3 only. D. None. 6. If in an election to a state legislative assembly the candidate who is declared elected loses his deposit, it means that A. The polling was very poor. B. The election was for a multi-member constituency. C. The elected candidate's victory over his nearest rival was very marginal. D. A very large number of candidates contested the election. 7. Which one of the following is correct in respect of the commencement of the election process in India? A. The recommendation for election is made by the government and the notification for election is issued by the Election Commission. B. The recommendation for election is made by the Election Commission and the notification for election is issued by the Home Ministry at the center and Home Departments in the states. C. The recommendation for election is made by the Election Commission and the notification for election is issued by the President and Governors of the states concerned. D. Both. The exercises of making a recommendation for election and that of issuing a notification in respect of it are done by the Election Commission. 8. Which of the following is our extra-constitutional and extra-legal device, S, for securing cooperation and coordination between the states in India? 1. The National Development Council. 2. The Governors' Conference. 3. Zonal Councils. 4. The Interstate Council. Choose the correct answer from the codes given below. Codes: A. 1 and 2, B. 1, 3 and 4, C. 3 and 4, D. 4 only. 9. Which of the following are matters on which a constitutional amendment is possible only with the ratification of the legislatures of not less than one-half of the states? 1. Election of the President. 2. Representation of states in Parliament. 3. Any of the lists in the 7th Schedule. 4. Abolition of the Legislative Council of a state. Choose the correct answer from the codes given below. Codes: A. 1, 2 and 3, B. 1, 2 and 4, C. 1, 3 and 4, D. 2, 3 and 4. 10. Consider the table given below. Which one of the following will fit in the place marked X? A. Ministers who are not members of Parliament but who have to get themselves elected to either House of Parliament within 6 months after assuming office. B. Not more than 20 nominated members. C. Not more than 20 representatives of Union territories. D. The Attorney General who has the right to speak and take part in the proceedings of either House of Parliament. 11. Who among the following have the right to vote in the elections to both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha? A. Elected members of the lower house of the Parliament. B. Elected members of the upper house of the Parliament. C. Elected members of the upper house of the state legislature. D. Elected members of the lower house of the state legislature. 12. Which one of the following states of India does not have a legislative council so far, even though the Constitution, 7th Amendment, Act 1956 provides for it? A. Maharashtra. B. Bihar. C. Karnataka. D. Madhya Pradesh. 13. In the interim government formed in 1946, the Vice President of the Executive Council was A. Jawaharlal Nehru. B. D.R.S. Radhakrishnan. C. C. Rajgopalachari. D. Dr. Rajendra Prasad. 14. Article 156 of the Constitution of India provides that a governor shall hold office for a term of 5 years from the date on which he enters upon his office. Which of the following can be deduced from this? 1. No governor can be removed from office till the completion of his term. 2. No governor can continue in office beyond a period of 5 years. Select the correct answer from the codes given below. Codes: A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither. 15. Prohibition of discrimination on grounds of religion, etc. Article 15 of the Constitution of India is a fundamental right classifiable under A. The right to freedom of religion. B. The right against exploitation. C. The cultural and educational rights. D. The right to equality. 16. Corporation tax. A. Is levied and appropriated by the states. B. Is levied by the Union and collected and appropriated by the states. C. Is levied by the Union and shared by the Union and the states. D. Is levied by the Union and belongs to it exclusively. 17. Agricultural income tax is assigned to the state governments by A. The Finance Commission. B. The National Development Council. C. The Interstate Council. D. The Constitution of India 1996. Test paper 1. If the number of seats allocated to a state in the Lok Sabha is 42, then the number of seats reserved for the scheduled castes in that state will be A. 21, B. 14, C. 7, D. 6. 2. The power of the Supreme Court of India to decide disputes between the centre and the states falls under its A. advisory jurisdiction, B. appellate jurisdiction, C. original jurisdiction, D. constitutional jurisdiction. 3. Given below are two statements, one labeled as assertion, A, and the other labeled as reason, R. Assertion, are the British sovereignty continued to exist in free India. Reason, are the British sovereign appointed the last Governor General of free India. In the context of the above two statements, which one of the following is correct? A. Both A and R are true and R is the correct explanation of A. B. Both A and R are true, but R is not a correct explanation of A. C. A is true, but R is false. D. A is false, but R is true. 4. When the Chief Justice of a High Court acts in an administrative capacity, he is subject to a. the writ jurisdiction of any of the other judges of the High Court, B. special control exercised by the Chief Justice of India, C. discretionary powers of the Governor of the state, D. special powers provided to the Chief Minister in this regard. 5. According to the Constitution of India, the term district judge shall not include A. Chief Presidency Magistrate, B. Sessions Judge, C. Tribunal Judge, D. Chief Judge of a small court. 6. Which one of the following is part of the Electoral College for the election of the President of India but does not form part of the forum for his impeachment? A. Lok Sabha, B. Rajya Sabha, C. State Legislative Councils, D. State Legislative Assemblies. 7. What is the system of governance in the Panchayati Raj setup? A. Single-tier structure of local self-government at the village level, B. Two-tier system of local self-government at the village and block levels, C. Three-tier structure of local self-government at the village, block and district levels, D. Four-tier system of local self-government at the village, block, district and state levels. 8. Consider the following statements. No one can be compelled to sing the national anthem since 1. It will be violative of the right to freedom of speech and expression. 2. It will be violative of the right to freedom of conscience and practice and propagation of religion. 3. There is no provision obliging anyone to sing the national anthem. Of these statements, A. 1 and 2 are correct, B. 2 and 3 are correct, C. 1, 2 and 3 are correct, D. None is correct. 9. Which one of the following statements is correct? The Prime Minister of India, A. is free to choose his ministers only from among those who are members of either House of the Parliament, B. can choose his cabinet colleagues after due counselling by the President of India in this regard, C. has full discretion in the choice of persons who are to serve as ministers in his cabinet, D. has only limited powers in the choice of his cabinet colleagues because of the discretionary powers vested with the President of India. 10. Given below are two statements, one labeled as assertion, A, and the other labeled as reason, R. Assertion, other word, minority, is not defined in the Constitution of India. Reason, R. The Minorities Commission is not a constitutional body. In the context of the above two statements, which one of the following is correct? A. Both A and R are true and R is the correct explanation of A. B. Both A and R are true, but R is not a correct explanation of A. C. A is true, but R is false. D. A is false, but R is true. 1997 Test Paper 1. In the presidential election in India, every elected member of the Legislative Assembly of a state shall have as many votes as there are multiples of 1000 in the quotient obtained by dividing the population of the state by the total number of the elected members of the Assembly. As at present, 1997, the expression, population, here means the population as ascertained by the A. 1991 census, B. 1981 census, C. 1971 census, D. 1961 census. 2. Which of the following is stated in the Constitution of India? 1. The President shall not be a member of either Houses of Parliament. 2. The Parliament shall consist of the President and 2 Houses. Choose the correct answer from the codes given below. Codes: A. Neither 1 nor 2, B. Both 1 and 2,
C. 1 alone, D. to alone 3.
Match list I with list 2 and select the correct answer by using the codes given below the lists. List I, list 2, functionaries, oaths or affirmations, A President of India 1. Secrecy of information B. Judges of the 2. Faithful discharge of Supreme Court duties C. Members of 3. Faith and allegiance Parliament to the Constitution of India D. Ministers for the 4. Upholding the Union Constitution and the law codes, A B C D, A. 3412, B. 4321, C. 3421, D. 43124. In the following quotation, we, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign socialist secular democratic republic and to secure to all its citizens, justice, social, economic and political, liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith and worship, equality of status and of opportunity, and to promote among them all fraternity assuring the dignity of the individual and the unity and integrity of the nation, in our Constituent Assembly this, X, do hereby adopt, enact and give to ourselves this Constitution, X, stands for, A. 26th day of January, 1950, B. 26th day of November, 1949.
C. 26th day of January,
1949, D. None of the above 5. Given below are two statements, one labeled as assertion, A, and the other labeled as reason, are assertion, A. Willful disobedience or non-compliance of court orders and use of derogatory language about judicial behavior amounts to contempt of court. Reason, our judicial activism cannot be practiced without arming the judiciary with punitive powers to punish contemptuous behavior. In the context of the above two statements, which one of the following is correct? A. Both A and R are true and R is the correct explanation of A. B. Both A and R are true, but R is not a correct explanation of A. C. A is true, but R is false. D. A is false, but R is true. 6. The Dinesh Goswami Committee recommended A. The constitution of state-level election commissions, B. List system of election to the Lok Sabha, C. Governmental funding of parliamentary elections, D. A ban on the candidature of independent candidates in the parliamentary elections. 7. Which one of the following is not a principle of Panchashil? A. Non-alignment, B. Peaceful coexistence, C. Mutual respect for each other's territorial integrity and sovereignty, D. Mutual non-interference in each other's internal affairs. 8. Which one of the following was not proposed by the 73rd Constitutional Amendment in the area of Panchayati Raj? A. 30% seats in all elected rural local bodies will be reserved for women candidates at all levels. B. The states will constitute their finance commissions to allocate resources to Panchayati Raj institutions. C. The Panchayati Raj elected functionaries will be disqualified to hold their offices if they have more than 2 children. D. The elections will be held in 6 months' time if Panchayati Raj bodies are superseded or dissolved by the state government. 9. Proportional representation is not necessary in a country where A. There are no reserved constituencies, B. A two-party system has developed, C. The first-past-post system prevails, D. There is a fusion of presidential and parliamentary forms of government. 10. The concept of public interest litigation originated in A. The United Kingdom, B. Australia, C. The United States, D. Canada. 11. If the Prime Minister of India belonged to the upper house of Parliament, A. He will not be able to vote in his favor in the event of a no-confidence motion, B. He will not be able to speak on the budget in the lower house, C. He can make statements only in the upper house, D. He was to become a member of the lower house within 6 months after being sworn in as the Prime Minister. 12. Given below are two statements, one labeled as assertion, A, and the other labeled as reason, are assertion. The reservation of 33% of seats for women in parliament and state legislatures does not require constitutional amendment. Reason, our political parties contesting elections can allocate 33% of seats they contest to women candidates without any constitutional amendment. In the context of the above two statements, which one of the following is correct? A. Both A and R are true and R is the correct explanation of A. B. Both A and R are true, but R is not a correct explanation of A. C. A is true, but R is false. D. A is false, but R is true.
1998
Test Paper 1. Which one of the following schedules of the Constitution of India contains provisions regarding Anti-Defection Act? A. Second Schedule. B. Fifth Schedule. C. Eighth Schedule. D. 10th Schedule 2. The Indian parliamentary system is different from the British parliamentary system in that India has A. Both a real and a nominal executive. B. A system of collective responsibility. C. Bicameral legislature. D. The system of judicial review. 3. Panchayat Raj was first introduced in India in October 1959 in A. Rajasthan. B. Tamil Nadu. C. Kerala. D. Karnataka. 4. Economic Survey in India is published officially every year by the A. Reserve Bank of India. B. Planning Commission of India. C. Ministry of Finance, Govt of India. D. Ministry of Industries, Govt of India. 5. Which of the following parties were not a part of the United Front which was in power during 1996 to 97? 1. Bahujana Samaj Party. 2. Samatha Party. 3. Haryana Vikas Party. 4. Assam Gan Parishad. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. Codes A. 1, 2, 3 and 4. B. 1, 2 and 3. C. 3 and 4. D. 1 and 2. 1999 Test Paper 1. Which one of the following statements is correct? A. Kakativu and Tinbida were territories acquired by the Indian Republic from the French. B. Kakativu and Tinbida are territories handed over to Sri Lankan and Bangladeshi sovereignty respectively by the Government of India. C. Kakativu and Tinbida are areas that were annexed by the Chinese in the 1962 Sino-Indian War. D. Kakativu and Tinbida are enclaves which are transferred to India by lease arrangements with Sri Lanka and Pakistan respectively. 2. A British citizen staying in India cannot claim right to A. Freedom of trade and profession. B. Equality before the law. C. Protection of life and personal liberty. D. Freedom of religion. 3. Consider the following statements regarding the National Human Rights Commission of India. 1. Its chairman must be a retired Chief Justice of India. 2. It has formations in each state as State Human Rights Commission. 3. Its powers are only recommendatory in nature. 4. It is mandatory to appoint a woman as a member of the commission. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1, 2, 3 and 4. B. 2 and 4. C. 2 and 3. D. 1 and 3. 4. The most short-lived of all of Britain's constitutional experiments in India was the A. Indian Councils Act of 1861. B. Indian Councils Act of 1892. C. Indian Councils Act of 1909. D. Government of India Act of 1995. The Constitution of India recognizes A. Only religious minorities. B. Only linguistic minorities. C. Religious and linguistic minorities. D. Religious, linguistic and ethnic minorities. 6. In the new Panchayati Raj Bill enacted in 1993, there are several fresh provisions deviating from the past. Which one of the following is not one such provision? A. A number of added responsibilities in the area of agriculture, rural development, primary education and social forestry among others. B. Elections being made mandatory for all posts at the time they are due. C. A statutory representation for women in the panchayats, up to a third of the strength. D. Regular remuneration to the panchayat members, so as to ensure their punctuality and accountability. 7. Consider the following statements. An amendment to the Constitution of India can be initiated by the 1. Lok Sabha 2. Rajya Sabha 3. State legislatures 4. President. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 alone, b. 1, 2 and 3, c. 2, 3 and 4, d. 1 and 2 8. Consider the following statements about the recent amendments to the election law by the Representation of the People, Amendment, Act 1996, 1. Any conviction for the offence of insulting the Indian national flag or the Constitution of India shall entail disqualification for contesting elections to Parliament and state legislatures for 6 years from the date of conviction. 2. There is an increase in the security deposit which a candidate has to make to contest the election to the Lok Sabha. 3. A candidate cannot now stand for election from more than one parliamentary constituency. 4. No election will now be countermanded on the death of a contesting candidate. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 2 and 3, B. 1, 2 and 4, C. 1 and 3, D. 1, 2, 3 and 4 9. Which one of the following statements regarding the levying, collecting and distribution of income tax is correct? A. The Union levies, collects and distributes the proceeds of income tax
between itself and the states.
B. The Union levies, collects and keeps all the proceeds of income tax to itself. C. The Union levies and collects the tax but all the proceeds are distributed among the states. D. Only the surcharge levied on income tax is shared between the Union and the states. 2000 Test Paper 1. The Speaker can ask a member of the House to stop speaking and let another member speak. This phenomenon is known as A. Decorum, B. Crossing the floor, C. Interpellation, D. Yielding the floor to. Consider the following statements about the Attorney General of India. 1. He is appointed by the President of India. 2. He must have the same qualifications as are required for a judge of the Supreme Court. 3. He must be a member of either House of Parliament. 4. He can be removed by impeachment by Parliament. Which of these statements are correct? A. 1 and 2, B. 1 and 3, C. 2, 3 and 4, D. 3 and 4 3. Consider the following functionaries. 1. Cabinet Secretary. 2. Chief Election Commissioner. 3. Union Cabinet Ministers. 4. Chief Justice of India. Their correct sequence, in the order of precedence, is A. 3, 4, 2, 1, B. 4, 3, 1, 2, C. 4, 3, 2, 1, D. 3, 4, 1, 2 4. The primary function of the Finance Commission in India is to A. Distribute revenue between the centre and the states.
B. Prepare the annual budget.
C. Advise the President on financial matters. D. Allocate funds to various ministries of the Union and state governments. 5. The state which has the largest number of seats reserved for the scheduled tribes in the Lok Sabha is A. Bihar, B. Gujarat, C. Uttar Pradesh, D. Madhya Pradesh. 6. A college student desires to get elected to the municipal council of his city. The validity of his nomination would depend on the important condition, among others, that A. He obtains permission from the principal of his college, B. He is a member of a political party, C. His name figures in the voters list, D. He files a declaration owing allegiance to the Constitution of India. 7. Match list I with list 2 and select the correct answer by using the codes given below the lists. List I, local bodies. List 2, states as in 1999, A. Jilla Parishads at the subdivisional level. 1. Andhra Pradesh, B. Mandal Praja Parishad. 2. Assam, C. Tribal Councils. 3. Mizoram, D. Absence of village panchayats. 4. Meghalaya codes, A, B, C, D, A. 2143, B. 1243, C. 3214, D. 21348. Which one of the following statements is incorrect? A. Goa attained full statehood in 1987. B. Diu is an island in the Gulf of Kambach. C. Daman and Diu were separated from Goa by the 56th Amendment of the Constitution of India. D. Dadra and Nagar Haveli were under French colonial rule till 1954. 9. The Parliament can make any law for the whole or any part of India for implementing international treaties. A. with the consent of all the states, b. with the consent of the majority of states, c. with the consent of the states concerned, d. without the consent of any state. 10. Which one of the following is not a feature of the Government of India Act of 1935? A. Diarchy at the centre as well as in the provinces, b. a bicameral legislature, c. provincial autonomy, d. an all India federation. 11. Which one of the following statements about a money bill is not correct? A. A money bill can be tabled in either House of Parliament, b. the Speaker of Lok Sabha is the final authority to decide whether a bill is a money bill or not, c. the Rajya Sabha must return a money bill passed by the Lok Sabha and send it for consideration within 14 days, d. the President cannot return a money bill to the Lok Sabha for reconsideration. 12. The 73rd Constitution Amendment Act 1992 refers to the a. generation of gainful employment for the unemployed and the underemployed men and women in rural area, b. generation of employment for the able-bodied adults who are in need and desirous of work during the lean agricultural season, c. laying the foundation for strong and vibrant Panchayati Raj institutions in the country, d. guarantee of right to life, liberty and security of person, equality before law and equal protection without discrimination. 2001 Test Paper 1. Which article of the Constitution provides that it shall be the endeavour of every state to provide adequate facility for instruction in the mother tongue at the primary stage of education? A. Article 349, b. Article 350, c. Article 350a, d. Article 351. 2. The Supreme Court of India tenders advice to the President on a matter of law or fact, a. on its own initiative, b. only if he seeks such advice, c. only if the matter relates to the fundamental rights of citizens, d. only if the issue poses a threat to the unity and integrity of the country. 3. Which one of the following duties is not performed by the Controller and Auditor General of India? A. To audit and report on all expenditure from the Consolidated Fund of India, b. to audit and report on all expenditure from the contingency funds and public accounts, c. to audit and report on all trading, manufacturing, profit and loss accounts, d. to control the receipt and issue of public money, and to ensure that the public revenue is lodged in the exchequer. 4. Which one of the following statements correctly describes the 4th schedule of the Constitution of India? A. It lists the distribution of powers between the Union and the states. B. It contains the languages listed in the Constitution. C. It contains the provisions regarding the administration of tribal areas. D. It allocates seats in the Council of States. 5. In what way does the Indian Parliament exercise control over the administration? A. Through parliamentary committees. B. Through consultative committees of various ministries. C. By making the administrators send periodic reports. D. By compelling the executive to issue writs. 6. Consider the following statements about the minorities in India. 1. The Government of India has notified 5 communities, namely, Muslims, Sikhs, Christians, Buddhists and Zoroastrians as minorities. 2. The National Commission for Minorities was given statutory status in 1993. 3. The smallest religious minority in India are the Zoroastrians. 4. The Constitution of India recognizes and protects religious and linguistic minorities. Which of these statements are correct? A. 2 and 3, B. 1 and 4, C. 2, 3 and 4, D. 1, 2 and 4. 7. In which one of the following areas does the state government not have control over its local bodies? A. Citizens' grievances, B. Financial, C. Legislation, D. Personnel matters. 8. Consider the following statements regarding the high courts in India. 1. There are 18 high courts in the country. 2. 3 of them have jurisdiction over more than one state. 3. No union territory has a high court of its own. 4. Judges of the high court hold office till the age of 62. Which of these statements are correct? A. 1, 2 and 4, B. 2 and 3, C. 1 and 4, D. 4 only 9. Match list I with list 2 and select the correct answer by using the codes given below the lists. List I. Amendments to the Constitution. A. The Constitution, 69th Amendment, Rent Tribunals. B. The Constitution, 75th Amendment, Act, 1994. C. The Constitution, 80th Amendment, Act, 2000. List 2, Contents. 1. Establishment of State Level Act, 1991. 2. No reservations for scheduled castes in panchayats in Arunachal Pradesh. 3. Constitution of panchayats in villages or at other local levels.
D. The Constitution,
83rd Amendment, Act, 2000. Codes, for accepting the recommendations of the 10th Finance Commission. 5. According the status of National Capital Territory to Delhi. ABC.
D.
A. 5142, B. 1534, C. 5134, D. 15 February 2010. If a new state of the Indian Union is to be created, which one of the following schedules of the Constitution must be amended? A. First, B. Second, C. Third, D. Fifth. 11. Consider the following statements regarding the political parties in India. 1. The Representation of the People Act, 1951 provides for the registration of political parties. 2. Registration of political parties is carried out by the Election Commission. 3. A national level political party is one which is recognized in 4 or more states. 4. During the 1999 general elections, there were 6 national and 48 state-level parties recognized by the Election Commission. Which of these statements are correct? A. 1, 2 and 4, B. 1 and 3, C. 2 and 4, D. 1, 2, 3 and 4. 12. Match list I with list 2 and select the correct answer by using the codes given below the lists. List I. Articles of the Constitution. List 2. Content. A. Article 54(1). Election of the President of India. B. Article 75(2). Appointment of the Prime Minister and Council of Ministers.
See Article
155(3). Appointment of the Governor of a State. D. Article 164(4). Appointment of the Chief Minister and Council of Ministers of a State. 5. Composition of Legislative Assemblies. Codes, ABCD, A. 1234, B. 1245, C. 2135, D. 2143. 2002. Test Paper 1. Match list I. Article of Indian Constitution, with list 2, provisions, and select the correct answer using the codes given below the lists. List I. Article of Indian Constitution, A. Article 16, 2, B. Article 29, 2, C. Article 30, 1, D. Article 31, 1, Codes, List 2, Provisions, 1. No person shall be deprived of his property save by the authority of law. 2. No person can be discriminated against in the matter of public appointment on the ground of race, religion or caste. 3. All minorities, whether based on religion or language, shall have the fundamental right to establish and administer educational institutions of their choice. 4. No citizen shall be denied admission into any educational institution maintained by the state, or receiving state aid, on grounds of religion, race, caste, language or any of them. ABCD, A. 2431, B. 3124, C. 2134,
D. 34212.
The salaries and allowances of the judges of the High Court are charged to the A. Consolidated Fund of India, B. Consolidated Fund of the State, C. Contingency Fund of India, D. Contingency Fund of the State. 3. The members of the Constituent Assembly which drafted the Constitution of India were A. Nominated by the British Parliament, B. Nominated by the Governor General, C. Elected by the legislative assemblies of various provinces, D. Elected by the Indian National Congress and Muslim League. 4. The purpose of the inclusion of directive principles of state policy in the Indian Constitution is to establish a. Political democracy, b. Social democracy, c. Gandhian democracy, d. Social and economic democracy. 5. The real intention of the British to include the princely states in the Federal Union proposed by the India Act of 1935 was to a. Exercise more and direct political and administrative control over the princely states, b. Involve the princes actively in the administration of the colony, c. Finally effect the complete political and administrative takeover of all the princely states by the British, d. Use the princes to counterbalance the anti-imperialist doctrines of the nationalist leaders. 6. Which one of the following articles of the Directive Principles of State Policy deals with the promotion of international peace and security? A. 51, B. 48A, C. 43A, D. 41.7. Which one of the following rights was described by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar as the heart and soul of the Constitution? A. Right to freedom of religion, B. Right to property, C. Right to equality, D. Right to constitutional remedies. 8. Match List I, Article of Colonial Government of India, with List 2, Provisions, and select the correct answer using the codes given below the lists. List I, Acts of Colonial Government of India, a Charter Act, 1813B Regulating Act. List 2, Provisions. 1. Set up a board of control in Britain to fully regulate the East India Company's affairs in India. 2. Company's trade monopoly in India was ended. See Act of 1858. 3. The power to govern was transferred from the East India Company to the British Crown. D. Pitt's India Act Codes. 4. The company's directors were asked to present to the British government all correspondence and documents pertaining to the administration of the company. ABCD, A. 2431, B. 1342, C. 2341, D. 14329. Which one of the following acts of British India strengthened the Viceroy's authority over his Executive Council by substituting portfolio or departmental system for corporate functioning? A. Indian Councils Act, 1861, B. Government of India Act, 1858, C. Indian Councils Act, 1892, D. Indian Councils Act, 1910. Consider the following statements with reference to India. 1. The Chief Election Commissioner and other election commissioners enjoy equal powers but receive unequal salaries. 2. The Chief Election Commissioner is entitled to the same salary as is provided to a judge of the Supreme Court. 3. The Chief Election Commissioner shall not be removed from his office except in like manner and on like grounds as a judge of the Supreme Court. 4. The term of office of the Election Commissioner is 5 years from the date he assumes his office or till the day he attains the age of 62 years, whichever is earlier. Which of these statements are correct? A. 1 and 2, B. 2 and 3, C. 1 and 4, D. 2 and 4. 11. The Consultative Committee of Members of Parliament for Railway Zones is constituted by the A. President of India, B. Ministry of Railways, C. Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, D. Ministry of Transport. 12. 5-year plan in India is finally approved by A. Union Cabinet, B. President on the advice of Prime Minister, C. Planning Commission, D. National Development Council. 13. Which one of the following authorities recommends the principles governing the grants in aid of the revenues to the states out of the Consolidated Fund of India? A. Finance Commission, B. Interstate Council, C. Union Ministry of Finance, D. Public Accounts Committee. 14. With reference to Indian polity, which one of the following statements is correct? A. Planning Commission is accountable to Parliament, B. President can make ordinance only when either of the two houses of Parliament is not in session, C. The minimum age prescribed for appointment as a judge of the Supreme Court is 40 years. D. National Development Council is constituted of Union Finance Minister and the Chief Ministers of all the states. 15. In the Indian Constitution, the right to equality is granted by 5 articles. They are A. Article 16 to Article 20, B. Article 15 to Article 19, C. Article 14 to Article 18, D. Article 13 to Article 17-16. Which one of the following amendments to the Indian Constitution empowers the President to send back any matter for reconsideration by the Council of Ministers? A. 39th, B. 40th, C. 42nd, D. 44th 17. The term of the Lok Sabha, A. cannot be extended under any circumstances, B. can be extended by 6 months at a time, C. can be extended by 1 year at a time during the proclamation of emergency, D. can be extended for 2 years at a time during the proclamation of emergency 18. In the case of election to the Lok Sabha, the amount of security deposited for general category candidates and SC Cent category candidates respectively is A. 5,000 and 2,500, B. 10,000 and 2,500, C. 10,000 and 5,000, D. 15,000 and 7,519. The 93rd Constitutional Amendment Bill deals with the A. continuation of reservation for backward classes in government employment, B. free and compulsory education for all children between the age of 6 and 14 years, C. reservation of 30% posts for women in government recruitments, D. allocation of more number of parliamentary seats for recently created states 2003 test paper 1. Consider the following statements. In the Electoral College for presidential election in India, 1. The value of the vote of an elected member of Legislative Assembly equals 2. The value of the vote of an elected member of Parliament equals 3. There were more than 5,000 members in the latest election. Which of these statements are correct? A. 1 and 2, B. only 2, C. 1 and 3, D. only 3 2. Which of the following constitutional amendments are related to raising the number of members of Lok Sabha to be elected from the states? A. 6th and 22nd, B. 13th and 38th, C. 7th and 31st, D. 11th and 42nd 3. Which one of the following provisions was not made in the Charter Act of 1833? A. The trading activities of the East India Company were to be abolished. B. The designation of the Supreme Authority was to be changed as the Governor-General of India in Council. C. All lawmaking powers to be conferred on Governor-General in Council. D. An Indian was to be appointed as a law member in the Governor-General's Council 4. Consider the following statements. The function, S, of the Finance Commission is R1. To allow the withdrawal of money out of the Consolidated Fund of
India.
2. To allocate between the states the shares of proceeds of taxes. 3. To consider applications for grants in aid from states. 4. To supervise and report on whether the union and state governments are levying taxes in accordance with the budgetary provisions. Which of these statements are correct? A. Only 1, B. 2 and 3, C. 3 and 4, D. 1, 2 and 4 5. Which one of the following statements is correct? A. Only the Rajya Sabha and not the Lok Sabha can have nominated members. B. There is a constitutional provision for nominating 2 members belonging to the Anglo-Indian community to the Rajya Sabha. C. There is no constitutional bar for a nominated member to be appointed as a union minister. D. A nominated member can vote both in the presidential and vice presidential elections. 6. The power to enlarge the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court of India with respect to any matter included in the Union list of legislative powers rests with A. The President of India, B. The Chief Justice of India, C. The Parliament, D. The Union Ministry of Law, Justice and Company Affairs. 7. Which one of the following high courts has the territorial jurisdiction over Andaman and Nicobar Islands? A. Andhra Pradesh, B. Calcutta, C. Madras, D. Orissa. Under which article of the Indian Constitution did the President make a reference to the Supreme Court to seek the court's opinion on the constitutional validity of the Election Commission's decision on deferring the Gujarat Assembly elections in the year 2002? A. Article 142, B. Article 143, C. Article 144. D. Article 145(9). Consider the following statements. 1. While members of the Rajya Sabha are associated with committees on public accounts and public undertakings, members of Committee on Estimates are drawing entirely from Lok Sabha. 2. The Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs works under the overall direction of Cabinet Committee on Parliamentary Affairs. 3. The Minister of Parliamentary Affairs nominates members of Parliament on committees, councils, boards and commissions etc. set up by the Government of India in the various ministries. Which of these statements are correct? A. 1 and 2, B. 2 and 3, C. 1 and 3, D. 1, 2 and 3. 10. As per Indian protocol, who among the following ranks highest in the order of precedence? A. Deputy Prime Minister, B. Former President, C. Governor of a state within his state, D. Speaker of Lok Sabha 11. Which one of the following schedules of the Indian Constitution lists the names of states and specifies their territories? A. First, B. Second, C. Third, D. Fourth. 12. The 9th schedule to the Indian Constitution was added by A. First Amendment, B. 8th Amendment, C. 9th Amendment, D. 42nd Amendment. 13. Who headed the interim cabinet formed in the year 1946? A. Rajendra Prasad, B. Jawaharlal Nehru, C. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, D. Rajgopalachari. 14. Consider the following statements. 1. The joint sitting of the two houses of the Parliament in India is sanctioned under Article 108 of the Constitution. 2. The first joint sitting of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha was held in the year 1961. 3. The second joint sitting of the two houses of Indian Parliament was held to pass the Banking Service Commission Repeal Bill. Which of these statements are correct? A. 1 and 2, B. 2 and 3, C. 1 and 3, D. 1, 2 and 3. 15. Under which article of the Indian Constitution did the President give his assent to the ordinance on electoral reforms when it was sent back to him by the Union Cabinet without making any changes, in the year 2002? A. Article 121, B. Article 122, C. Article 123, D. Article 124. 16. Which one of the following articles of the Indian Constitution provides that it shall be the duty of the Union to protect every state against external aggression and internal disturbance? A. Article 215, B. Article 275, C. Article 325, D. Article 355. 17. Consider the following statements. In India, stamp duties on financial transactions are 1. Levied and collected by the state government. 2. Appropriated by the union government. Which of these statements are correct? A. Only 1, B. Only 2, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. 18. Match list I, item in the Indian Constitution, with list 2, country from which it was derived, and select the correct answer using the codes given below the lists. List I, item in the Indian Constitution, list 2, country from which it was derived, A. Directive Principles of State Policy. 1. Australia. B. Fundamental Rights. 2. Canada. C. Concurrent list in Union-State Relations. 3. Ireland.
D. India as a union of states
with greater powers to the Union. 4. United Kingdom. 5. United States of America. A, B, C, D. A. 5412, B. 3521, C. 5421, D. 1 February 2019. Which one of the following bills must be passed by each house of the Indian Parliament separately, by special majority? A. Ordinary Bill, B. Money Bill, C. Finance Bill, D. Constitution Amendment Bill 2004 Test Paper 1. With reference to Indian public finance, consider the following statements. 1. Disbursements from public account of India are subject to the vote of Parliament. 2. The Indian Constitution provides for the establishment of a consolidated fund, a public account and a contingency fund for each state. 3. Appropriations and disbursements under the railway budget are subject to the same form of parliamentary control as other appropriations and disbursements. Which of these statements are correct? A. 1 and 2, B. 2 and 3, C. 1 and 3, D. 1, 2 and 3 2. Consider the following statements. Some of the main features of the Government of India Act, 1935 were the 1. Abolition of diarchy in the governors' provinces. 2. Power of the governors to veto legislative action and to legislate on
their own. 3.
Abolition of the principle of communal representation. Which of the statements given above is are correct? A. 1 only, B. 1 and 2, C. 2 and 3, D. 1, 2 and 3 3. Which one of the following statements is correct? A. The Constituent Assembly of India was elected by the provincial assemblies in the year 1946. B. Jawaharlal Nehru, M.A. Jinnah and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel were members of the Constituent Assembly of India. C. The first session of the Constituent Assembly of India was held in January 1947. D. The Constitution of India was adopted on 26 January 1954. Consider the following statements. 1. The highest criminal court of the district is the Court of District and Sessions Judge. 2. The district judges are appointed by the governor in consultation with the High Court. 3. A person to be eligible for appointment as a district judge should be an advocate or a pleader of 7 years standing or more, or an officer in judicial service of the union or the state. 4. When the sessions judge awards death sentence, it must be confirmed by the High Court before it is carried out. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 and 2, B. 2, 3 and 4, C. 3 and 4, D. 1, 2, 3 and 4 5. Consider the following statements. 1. The Speaker of Lok Sabha has the power to adjourn the House sine die, but, on prorogation, it is only the President who can summon the House. 2. Unless sooner dissolved or there is an extension of the term, there is an automatic dissolution of the Lok Sabha by efflux of time, at the end of the period of 5 years, even if no formal order of dissolution is issued by the President. 3. The Speaker of Lok Sabha continues in office even after the dissolution of the House and until immediately before the first meeting of the House. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 and 2, B. 2 and 3, C. 1 and 3, D. 1, 2 and 3 6. Which one of the following statements is not correct? A. In Lok Sabha, a no-confidence motion has to set out the grounds on which it is based. B. In the case of a no-confidence motion in Lok Sabha, no conditions of admissibility have been laid down in the rules. C. A motion of no confidence once admitted, has to be taken up within 10 days of the leave being granted. D. Rajya Sabha is not empowered to entertain a motion of no confidence. 7. Which one of the following statements correctly describes the fourth schedule of the Constitution of India? A. It contains the scheme of the distribution of powers between the Union and the states. B. It contains the languages listed in the Constitution. C. It contains the provisions regarding the administration of tribal areas. D. It allocates seats in the Council of States. 8. The Montagu-Chelmsford report formed the basis of a. The Indian Councils Act, 1909, B. The Government of India Act, 1919, C. The Government of India Act, 1935, D. The Indian Independence Act, 1947-9. The resolution for removing the Vice President of India can be moved in the A. Lok Sabha alone, B. Either House of Parliament, C. Joint Sitting of Parliament, D. Rajya Sabha alone. 10. With reference to the Constitution of India, which one of the following
Pairs is not correctly matched.
A. Forests, concurrent list. B.
Stock exchanges,
concurrent list. C. Post Office Savings Bank, Union list. D.
public health,
State list 11. Consider the following tasks. 1. Superintendence, direction and conduct of free and fair elections. 2. Preparation of electoral rolls for all elections to the Parliament, state legislatures and the office of the President and the Vice President. 3. Giving recognition to political parties and allotting election symbols to political parties and individuals contesting the election. 4. Proclamation of final verdict in the case of election disputes. Which of the above are the functions of the Election Commission of India? A. 1, 2 and 3, B. 2, 3 and 4, C. 1 and 3, D. 1, 2 and 4. 12. Consider the following statements. 1. The highest deciding body for planning in India is the Planning Commission of India. 2. The Secretary of the Planning Commission of India is also the Secretary of National Development Council. 3. The Constitution includes economic and social planning in the concurrent list in the 7th schedule of the Constitution of India. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 and 2, B. 2 and 3, C. 2 only, D. 3 only. 13. With reference to Indian Parliament, which one of the following is not correct? A. The appropriation bill must be passed by both the houses of Parliament before it can be enacted into law. B. No money shall be withdrawn from the Consolidated Fund of India except under the appropriation made by the Appropriation Act. C. Finance bill is required for proposing new taxes but no another bill act is required for making changes in the rates of taxes which are already under operation. D. No money bill can be introduced except on the recommendation of the President. 14. Which one of the following articles of the Constitution of India says that the executive power of every state shall be so exercised as not to impede or prejudice the exercise of the executive power of the Union? A. Article 257, B. Article 258, C. Article 355, D. Article 356. 15. Match List I. Articles of the Constitution of India, with List 2, provision, and select the correct answer using the codes given below the lists. List I. Articles of the Constitution of India. A. Article 14b. Article 15. List 2, provision. 1. The state shall not discriminate against any citizen on grounds only of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth or any of them. 2. The state shall not deny to any person equality before the law or the equal protection of laws within the territory of India. C. Article 16(3). Untouchability is abolished and its practice in any form is forbidden. 4. There shall be equality of opportunity for all citizens in D. Article 17. Codes. Matters relating to employment or appointment to any office under the state ABCD. A. 2413, B. 3142, C. 2143, D. 34. 1st February 2016. Given below are two statements, one labeled as assertion, A, and the other labeled as reason, R. Assertion. The Central Rural Sanitation Program was launched in 1986 to improve the quality of life of rural people in India.
Reason. Our rural sanitation is a subject
in the concurrent list in the Constitution of India. In the context of the above two statements, which one of the following is correct? A. Both A and R are individually true and R is the correct explanation of A. B. Both A and R are individually true, but R is not a correct explanation of A. C. A is true, but R is false. D. A is false, but R is true. 17. Which article of the Constitution of India says, no child below the age of 14 years shall be employed to work in any factory or mine or engaged in any other hazardous employment? A. Article 24, B. Article 45, C. Article 330, D. Article 368. 18. According to the National Human Rights Commission Act, 1993, who amongst the following can be its chairman? A. Any serving judge of the Supreme Court. B. Any serving judge of the High Court. C. Only a retired Chief Justice of India. D. Only a retired Chief Justice of a High Court. 19. Who among the following was never the Lok Sabha Speaker? A. KVK Sundaram. B. G.S. Dillon. C. Baliram Bhagat. D. Hukum Singh. 20. Which of the following pairs is correctly matched? Departments. Ministry of the Government of India. 1. Department of Women and Child Development, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. 2. Department of Official Language, Ministry of Human Resource Development. 3. Department of Drinking Water Supply, Ministry of Water Resources. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1, B. 2, C. 3, D. None. 21. Consider the following events. 1/4 general elections in India. 2. Formation of Haryana State. 3. Mysore named as Karnataka State. 4. Meghalaya and Tripura become full states. Which one of the following is the correct chronological order of the above? A. 2143, B. 4321, C. 2341, D. 412322. Which one of the following is the correct sequence in the descending order of precedence in the warrant of precedence? A. Attorney General of India, Judges of the Supreme Court, Members of Parliament, Deputy Chairman of Rajya Sabha. B. Judges of the Supreme Court, Deputy Chairman of Rajya Sabha, Attorney General of India, Members of Parliament. C. Attorney General of India, Deputy Chairman of Rajya Sabha, Judges of the Supreme Court, Members of Parliament. D. Judges of the Supreme Court, Attorney General of India, Deputy Chairman of Rajya Sabha, Members of Parliament. 2005 Test Paper 1. Consider the following. 1. Disputes with mobile cellular companies. 2. Motor accident cases. 3. Pension cases. For which of the above are Lok Adalats held? A. 1 only. B. 1 and 2. C. 2 only. D. 1, 2 and 3. 2. Consider the following statements. 1. Part 9 of the Constitution of India contains provisions for panchayats and was inserted by the Constitution, 73rd Amendment, Act, 1992. 2. Part 9A of the Constitution of India contains provisions for municipalities, and the Article 243Q envisages 2 types of municipalities, a municipal council and a municipal corporation for every state. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both 1 and 2. D. Neither 1 nor 2. 3. Consider the following statements. 1. Articles 371A to 371I were inserted in the Constitution of India to meet regional demands of Nagaland, Assam, Manipur, Andhra Pradesh, Sikkim, Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh and Goa. 2. Constitutions of India and the United States of America envisage a dual polity, the Union and the States, but a single citizenship. 3. A naturalized citizen of India can never be deprived of his citizenship. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1, 2 and 3, B. 1 and 3, C. 3 only, D. 1 only. 4. Consider the following statements. 1. Article 301 pertains to the right to property. 2. Right to property is a legal right but not a fundamental right. 3. Article 300 was inserted in the Constitution of India by the Congress government at the centre by the 44th Constitutional Amendment. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 2 only, B. 2 and 3, C. 1 and 3, D. 1, 2 and 3. 5. The Constitution, 98th Amendment, Bill is related to A. Empowering the centre to levy and appropriate service tax, B. The constitution of the National Judicial Commission, C. Readjustment of electoral constituencies on the basis of the population census 2001, D. The demarcation of new boundaries between states. 6. Consider the following statements. 1. The Constitution of India has 20 parts. 2. There are 390 articles in the Constitution of India in all. 3. 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th schedules were added to the Constitution of India by the Constitution Amendment Acts. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 and 2, B.
2 only,
C. 3 only, D. 1, 2 and 3 7. Who among the following was the chairman of the Union Constitution Committee of the Constituent Assembly? A. B.R. Ambedkar, B. J.V. Kripalni, C. Jawaharlal Nehru, D. Alladi Krishnaswamy Iyer 8. Consider the following statements. The Government of India Act 1935 provided for 1. The provincial autonomy 2. The establishment of federal court 3. All India Federation at the center. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 and 2, B. 2 and 3, C. 1 and 3, D. 1, 2 and 3 9. Consider the following statements. 1. The Parliament cannot enlarge the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court of India as its jurisdiction is limited to that conferred by the Constitution. 2. The officers and servants of the Supreme Court and High Courts are appointed by the concerned Chief Justice and the administrative expenses are charged on the Consolidated Fund of India. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2 10. Consider the following statements. 1. There are 25 High Courts in India. 2. Punjab, Haryana and the Union Territory of Chandigarh have a common High Court. 3. National Capital Territory of Delhi has a High Court of its own. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 2 and 3, B. 1 and 2, C. 1, 2 and 3, D. 3 only. 2006 Test Paper 1. Which one of the following subjects is under the Union list in the 7th schedule of the Constitution of India? A. Regulation of labor and safety in mines and oil fields, B. Agriculture, C. Fisheries, D. Public health 2. Consider the following statements. 1. There is no provision in the Constitution of India to encourage equal pay for equal work for both men and women. 2. The Constitution of India does not define backward classes. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2 3. Consider the following statements. 1. The Rajya Sabha alone has the power to declare that it would be in national interest for the Parliament to legislate with respect to a matter in the state list. 2. Resolutions approving the proclamation of emergency are passed only by the Lok Sabha. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2 4. Assertion. A. In India, every state has a high court in its territory. Reason. R. The Constitution of India provides for a high court in each state. Codes. A. Both A and R are individually true and R is the correct explanation of A. B. Both A and R are individually true, but R is not the correct explanation of A. C. A is true, but R is false. D. A is false, but R is true. 5. What does the 104th Constitution Amendment Bill relate to? A. Abolition of legislative councils in certain states. B. Introduction of dual citizenship for persons of Indian origin living outside India. C. Providing quota to socially and educationally backward classes in private educational institutions. D. Providing quota for religious minorities in the services under the central government. 6. Which one among the following commissions was set up in pursuance of a definite provision under an article of the Constitution of India? A. University Grants Commission, B. National Human Rights Commission, C. Election Commission, D. Central Vigilance Commission. 7. Which portfolio was held by Dr. Rajendra Prasad in the interim government formed in the year 1946? A. Defence, B. External Affairs and Commonwealth Relations, C. Food and Agriculture, D. None. 8. Consider the following statements. 1. A person who has held office as a permanent judge of a high court cannot plead or act in any court or before any authority in India except the Supreme Court. 2. A person is not qualified for appointment as a judge of a high court in India unless he has for at least 5 years held a judicial office in the territory of India. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B, 2 only, C, both 1 and 2, D, neither 1 nor 2 9. Which one of the following pairs is not correctly matched? A. States Reorganization, Andhra Pradesh Act, B. Treaty of Yandabu, Assam. C. State of Bilaspur, Himachal Pradesh, D. Year 1966, Gujarat becomes a state 10. Consider the following statements. 1. Free and compulsory education to the children of 6 to 14 years age group by the state was made a fundamental right by the 76th Amendment to the Constitution of India. 2. Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan seeks to provide computer education even in rural areas. 3. Education was included in the concurrent list by the 42nd Amendment, 1976 to the Constitution of India. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1, 2 and 3, B. 1 and 2 only, C. 2 and 3 only, D. 1 and 3 only 11. Which one of the following is the correct statement? Service tax is an A. Direct tax levied by the central government. B. Indirect tax levied by the central government. C. Direct tax levied by the state government. D. Indirect tax levied by the state government. 12. Who was the Chief Justice of India when public interest litigation, PIL, was introduced to the Indian judicial system? A. M. Hidayatullah, B. A. M. Ahmadi, C. A. S. Anand, D. P. N. Bhagwati 13. Consider the following statements. 1. The Charter Act 1853 abolished East India Company's monopoly of Indian trade. 2. Under the Government of India Act 1858, the British Parliament abolished the East India Company altogether and undertook the responsibility of ruling India directly. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. 2007 Test Paper 1. Consider the following statements. 1. Jawaharlal Nehru was in his 4th term as the Prime Minister of India at the time of his death. 2. Jawaharlal Nehru represented Rai Bareli constituency as a Member of Parliament. 3. The first non-Congress Prime Minister of India assumed the office in the year 1977. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 and 2, B. 3 only, C. 1 only, D. 1 and 3 2. Consider the following statements. 1. Robert Clive was the first Governor General of Bengal. 2. William Bentinck was the first Governor General of India. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2 3. Who was the Speaker of the first Lok Sabha? A. Hukam Singh, B. G. V. Malankar, C. K. M. Munshi, D. U. N. Debar 4. Which one of the following pairs is not correctly matched? A. T. S. Krishnamurthy election, former Chief, B. K. C. Pant, Chairman, 10th Finance Commission of India, C. A. M. Khusro, former Chairman, Union Public Service Commission, D. R. C. Lahoti, former Chief Justice of India 5. Who among the following have been the Union Finance Ministers of India? 1. V. P. Singh 2. R. Venkatraman 3. Y. B. Chavan 4. Pranab Mukherjee. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1, 2 and 3 only, B. 1, 3 and 4 only, C. 2 and 4 only, D. 1, 2, 3 and 4 6. Assertion. The Council of Ministers in the Union of India is collectively responsible both to the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. Reason. B. The members of both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha are eligible to be the ministers of the Union government. Codes. A. Both A and R are individually true and R is the correct explanation of A. B. Both A and R are individually true but R is not the correct explanation of A. C. A is true but R is false. D. A is false but R is true 7. Consider the following statements. 1. The judges' inquiry Bill 2006 contemplates to establish a judicial council which will receive complaints against judges of the Supreme Court, including the Chief Justice of India, High Court Chief Justices and judges. 2. Under the Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act, 2005, a woman can file a petition before a first-class judicial magistrate. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. 8. Consider the following statements. 1. The chairman of the Committee on Public Accounts is appointed by the Speaker of the Lok Sabha. 2. The Committee on Public Accounts comprises members of Lok Sabha, members of Rajya Sabha and a few eminent persons of industry and trade. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. 9. Which of the following Constitution Amendment Acts seeks that the size of councils of ministers at the centre and in a state must not exceed 15% of the total number of members in the Lok Sabha and the total number of members of the Legislative Assembly of that state, respectively? A. 91st, B. 93rd, C. 95th, D. 97th. 10. Consider the following statements in respect of financial emergency under Article 360 of the Constitution of India. 1. A proclamation of financial emergency issued shall cease to operate at the expiration of 2 months, unless before the expiration of that period it has been approved by the resolutions of both Houses of Parliament. 2. If any proclamation of financial emergency is in operation, it is competent for the President of India to issue directions for the reduction of salaries and allowances of all or any class of persons serving in connection with the affairs of the Union, but excluding the judges of the Supreme Court and the High Courts. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. 11. Consider the following statements. 1. The mode of removal of a judge of a High Court in India is same as that of removal of a judge of the Supreme Court. 2. After retirement from the office, a permanent judge of a High Court cannot plead or act in any court or before any authority in India. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. 12. Which one of the following is the correct chronological order of the formation of the following as full states of the Indian Union? A. Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, Haryana. B. Nagaland, Haryana, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh. C. Sikkim, Haryana, Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh. D. Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Haryana. 2008 Test Paper 1. What is the number of spokes in the Dharmachakra in the national flag of India? A. 16, B. 18, C. 22, D. 24. 2. How many high courts in India have jurisdiction over more than one state, union territories not included? A. 2, B. 3, C. 4, D. 5. 3. Who among the following have held the office of the Vice President of India? 1. Muhammad Hidayatullah. 2. Fakhruddin Ali Ahmed. 3. Neelam Sanjeeva Reddy. 4. Shankar Dayal Sharma. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1, 2, 3 and 4. B. 1 and 4 only. C. 2 and 3 only. D. 3 and 4 only. 4. Which was the capital of Andhra state when it was made a separate state in the year 1953? A. Guntur. B. Kurnool. C. Nellore. D. Warangal. 5. Match list I with list 2 and select the correct answer using the code given below the lists. List I. Person. List 2. Position. A. Nagendra Singh. 1. Chief Election Commissioner of India B. A. N. Ray. 2. President, International Court of Justice C. R. K. Trivedi. 3. Chief Justice of India D. Ashok Desai. 4. Attorney General of India A. B. C. D. A. 1423, B. 2314, C. 1324. D. 24136. Which one of the following is the largest areaways Lok Sabha constituency? A. Kandra, B. Ladakh, C. Kutch, D. Bhilwara 7. Consider the following statements. 1. Justice B.R. Krishna Iyer was the Chief Justice of India. 2. Justice B.R. Krishna Iyer is considered as one of the progenitors of public interest litigation, PIL, in the Indian judicial system. Which of the statements given above is are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. 8. Under which one of the following Constitution Amendment Acts 4 languages were added to the languages under the 8th schedule of the Constitution of India, thereby raising their number to 22? A. Constitution, 90th Amendment, Act, B. Constitution, 91st Amendment, Act, C. Constitution, 92nd Amendment, Act, D. Constitution, 93rd Amendment, Act 9. Consider the following statements. The Constitution of India provides that 1. The Legislative Assembly of each state shall consist of not more than 450 members chosen by direct election from territorial constituencies in the state. 2. A person shall not be qualified to be chosen to fill a seat in the Legislative Assembly of a state if he/she is less than 25 years of age. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. 10. Which of the following are included in the directive principles of state policy? 1. Prohibition of traffic in human beings and forced labor. 2. Prohibition of consumption except for medicinal purposes of intoxicating drinks and of other drugs which are injurious to health. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. 11. Which schedule of the Constitution of India contains special provisions for the administration and control of scheduled areas in several states? A. 3rd, B. 5th, C. 7th, D. 9th, 12th. Department of Border Management is a department of which one of the following union ministries? A. Ministry of Defence, B. Ministry of Home Affairs, C. Ministry of Shipping, Road Transport and Highways, D. Ministry of Environment and Forests. 13. For which one of the following reforms was a commission set up under the chairmanship of Veerappa Moily by the Government of India? A. Police reforms, B. Tax reforms, C. Reforms in technical education, D. Administrative reforms. 2009 Test Paper 1. Among the following Presidents of India, who was also the Secretary General of Non-Aligned Movement for some period? A. Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan, B. Varahagiri Venkatagiri, C. Giani Zail Singh, D. Dr. Shankar Dayal Sharma. 2. Under the administration of which one of the following is the Department of Atomic Energy? A. Prime Minister's Office, B. Cabinet Secretariat, C. Ministry of Power, D. Ministry of Science and Technology.
3. In India,
who is the chairman of the National Water Resources Council? A. Prime Minister, B. Minister of Water Resources, C. Minister of Environment and Forests, D. Minister of Science and Technology. 4. During which 5-year plan was the emergency clamped, new elections took place and the Janata Party was elected? A. 3rd, B. 4th, C. 5th, D. 6th. 5. If a panchayat is dissolved, elections are to be held within A. 1 month, B. 3 months, C. 6 months, D. 1 year. 6. Consider the following statements. 1. The Governor of Punjab is concurrently the Administrator of Chandigarh. 2. The Governor of Kerala is concurrently the Administrator of Lakshadweep. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. 7. Consider the following statements. 1. The Advocate General of a state in India is appointed by the President of India upon the recommendation of the Governor of the concerned state. 2. As provided in Civil Procedure Code, High Courts have original, appellate and advisory jurisdiction at the state level. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. 8. In India, the first municipal corporation was set up in which one among the following? A. Calcutta, B. Madras, C. Bombay, D. Delhi. 9. With reference to Lok Adalats, consider the following statements. 1. An award made by a Lok Adalat is deemed to be a decree of a civil court and no appeal lies against thereto before any court. 2. Matrimonial family disputes are not covered under Lok Adalat. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. 10. With reference to union government, consider the following statements. 1. The Constitution of India provides that all cabinet ministers shall be compulsorily the sitting members of Lok Sabha only. 2. The Union Cabinet Secretariat operates under the direction of the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. 11. Which one of the following constitutional amendments states that the total number of ministers, including the Prime Minister, in the Council of Ministers shall not exceed 15% of the total number of members of the House of the People? A. 90th, B. 91st, C. 92nd, D. 93rd. 12. Consider the following statements. 1. Central Administrative Tribunal, CAT, was set up during the Prime Ministership of Lal Bahadur Shastri. 2. The members for CAT are drawn from both judicial and administrative streams. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. 13. With reference to union government, consider the following statements. 1. The number of ministries at the centre on 15th August 1947 was 18. 2. The number of ministries at the centre at present is 36. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. 14. With reference to union government, consider the following statements. 1. The ministries departments of the Government of India are created by the Prime Minister on the advice of the Cabinet Secretary. 2. Each of the ministries is assigned to a minister by the President of India on the advice of the Prime Minister. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. 2010 Test Paper 1. With reference to the Constitution of India, consider the following. 1. Fundamental rights. 2. Fundamental duties. 3. Directive principles of state policy. Which of the above provisions of the Constitution of India are fulfilled by the National Social Assistance Program launched by the Government of India? A. 1 only, B. 3 only, C. 1 and 3 only, D. 1, 2 and 3. 2. Consider the following statements. The Supreme Court of India tenders advice to the President of India on matters of law or fact. 1. On its own initiative, on any matter of larger public interest. 2. If he seeks such an advice. 3. Only if the matters relate to the fundamental rights of the citizens. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. 3 only, D. 1 and 2. 3. With reference to Lok Adalats, which of the following statements is correct? A. Lok Adalats have the jurisdiction to settle the matters at pre-litigative stage and not those matters pending before any court. B. Lok Adalats can deal with matters which are civil and not criminal in nature. C. Every Lok Adalat consists of either serving or retired judicial officers only and not any other person. D. None of the statements given above is correct. 4. The Instrument of Instructions contained in the Government of India Act 1935 have been incorporated in the Constitution of India in the year 1950 as A. Fundamental rights, B. Directive principles of state policy, C. Extent of executive power of state, D. Conduct of business of the Government of India. 5. Who of the following shall cause every recommendation made by the Finance Commission to be laid before each House of Parliament? A. The President of India. B. The Speaker of Lok Sabha. C. The Prime Minister of India. D. The Union Finance Minister. 6. Which one of the following is responsible for the preparation and presentation of Union Budget to the Parliament? A. Department of Revenue. B. Department of Economic Affairs. C. Department of Financial Services. D. Department of Expenditure. 7. With reference to the National Rehabilitation and Resettlement Policy, 2007, consider the following statements. 1. This policy is applicable only to the persons affected by the acquisition of land for projects and not to the involuntary displacement due to any other reason. 2. This policy has been formulated by the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both 1 and 2. D. Neither 1 nor 2. 8. With reference to the consumer disputes redressal at district level in India, which one of the following statements is not correct?
A.
A state government can establish more than one district forum in a district if it deems fit. B. One of the members of the district forum shall be a woman. C. The district forum entertains the complaints where the value of goods or services does not exceed rupees 50 lakhs. D. A complaint in relation to any goods sold or any service provided may be filed with the district forum by the state government as a representative of the interests of the consumers in general. 9. Which one of the following authorities makes recommendation to the governor of a state as to the principles for determining the taxes and duties which may be appropriated by the panchayats in that particular state? A. District Planning Committees. B. State Finance Commission. C. Finance Ministry of that state. D. Panchayati Raj Ministry of that state. 10. Consider the following statements. In India, taxes on transactions in stock exchanges and futures markets are 1. Levied by the Union. 2. Collected by the states. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both 1 and 2. D. Neither 1 nor 2. 2011 Test Paper 1. The Constitution, 73rd Amendment, Act, 1992, which aims at promoting the Panchayati Raj institutions in the country, provides for which of the following? 1. Constitution of District Planning Committees. 2. State Election Commissions to conduct all Panchayat elections. 3. Establishment of State Finance Commissions. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only. B. 1 and 2 only.
C. 2 and 3 only.
D. 1, 2 and 3. 2. In India, if a religious sect community is given the status of a national minority, what special advantages it is entitled to? 1. It can establish and administer exclusive educational institutions. 2. The President of India automatically nominates a representative of the community to Lok Sabha. 3. It can derive benefits from the Prime Minister's 15-point program. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 1 and 3 only. D. 1, 2 and 3. 3. India is home to lakhs of persons with disabilities. What are the benefits available to them under the law? 1. Free schooling till the age of 18 years in government-run schools. 2. Preferential allotment of land for setting up business. 3. Ramps in public buildings. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 1 and 3 only. D. 1, 2 and 3. 4. The authorization for the withdrawal of funds from the Consolidated Fund of India must come from A. The President of India. B. The Parliament of India. C. The Prime Minister of India. D. The Union Finance Minister. 5. All revenues received by the Union government by way of taxes and other receipts for the conduct of government business are credited to the A. Contingency Fund of India. B. Public Account. C. Consolidated Fund of India. D. Deposits and Advances Fund. 6. With reference to Look East policy of India. Consider the following statements. 1. India wants to establish itself as an important regional player in the East Asian affairs. 2. India wants to plug the vacuum created by the termination of Cold War. 3. India wants to restore the historical and cultural ties with its neighbors in Southeast and East Asia. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 1 and 3 only, C. 3 only, D. 1, 2 and 3 7. When the annual union budget is not passed by the Lok Sabha, A. The budget is modified and presented again, B. The budget is referred to the Rajya Sabha for suggestions, C. The Union Finance Minister is asked to resign, D. The Prime Minister submits the resignation of Council of Ministers. 8. Under the Constitution of India, which one of the following is not a fundamental duty? A. To vote in public elections, B. To develop the scientific temper, C. To safeguard public property, D. To abide the Constitution and respect its ideals. 9. With reference to the Finance Commission of India, which of the following statements is correct? A. It encourages the inflow of foreign capital for infrastructure development. B. It facilitates the proper distribution of finances among the public sector undertakings. C. It ensures transparency in financial administration. D. None of the statements A, B, and C given above is correct in this context. 10. Consider the following. 1. Right to education. 2. Right to equal access to public service. 3. Right to food. Which of the above is a human right? Human rights under Universal Declaration of Human Rights. A. 1 only, B. 1 and 2 only, C. 3 only, D. 1, 2 and 3.
11. Consider the following statements.
In India, a Metropolitan Planning Committee 1 is constituted under the provisions of the Constitution of India. 2. Prepares the draft development plans for metropolitan area. 3. Has the sole responsibility for implementing government-sponsored schemes in the metropolitan area. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 and 2 only, B. 2 only, C. 1 and 3 only, D. 1, 2 and 3. 12. What is the difference between vote on account and interim budget? 1. The provision of a vote on account is used by a regular government, while an interim budget is a provision used by a caretaker government. 2. A vote on account only deals with the expenditure in government's budget, while an interim budget includes both expenditure and receipts. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. 2012 Test Paper 1. The distribution of powers between the centre and the states in the Indian Constitution is based on the scheme provided in the A. More-Lemon-Toll Reforms, 1909, B. Montagu-Chelmsford Act, 1919, C. Government of India Act, 1935, D. Indian Independence Act, 1947. 2. In the areas covered under the Panchayat, Extension to the Scheduled Areas, Act, 1996, what is the role power of Gram Sabha? 1. Gram Sabha has the power to prevent alienation of land in the scheduled areas. 2. Gram Sabha has the ownership of minor forest produce. 3. Recommendation of Gram Sabha is required for granting prospecting license or mining lease for any mineral in the scheduled areas. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 1 and 2 only, C. 2 and 3 only, D. 1, 2 and 3. 3. In the Parliament of India, the purpose of an adjournment motion is A. To allow a discussion on a definite matter of urgent public importance, B. To let opposition members collect information from the ministers, C. To allow a reduction of specific amount in demand for grant, D. To postpone the proceedings to check the inappropriate or violent behavior on the part of some members. 4. The National Green Tribunal Act, 2010 was enacted in consonance with which of the following provisions of the Constitution of India? 1. Right to healthy environment, construed as a part of right to life under Article 21(2). Provision of grants for raising the level of administration in the scheduled areas for the welfare of scheduled tribes under Article 275, 1, 3. Powers and functions of Gram Sabha as mentioned under Article 243, A. Select the correct answer using the codes given below, A. 1 only, B. 2 and 3 only, C. 1 and 3 only, D. 1, 2 and 3 5. Consider the following provisions under the directive principles of state policy as enshrined in the Constitution of India. 1. Securing for citizens of India a uniform civil code. 2. Organizing village panchayats. 3. Promoting cottage industries in rural areas. 4. Securing for all the workers reasonable leisure and cultural opportunities. Which of the above are the Gandhian principles that are reflected in the directive principles of state policy? A. 1, 2 and 4 only, B. 2 and 3 only, C. 1, 3 and 4 only, D. 1, 2, 3 and 4 6. Consider the following statements. 1. Union territories are not represented in the Rajya Sabha. 2. It is within the purview of the Chief Election Commissioner to
adjudicate the election disputes.
3. According to the Constitution of India, the Parliament consists of the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha only. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 and 3, C. 1 and 3, D. None. 7. With reference to consumers' rights privileges under the provisions of law in India, which of the following statements are correct? 1. Consumers are empowered to take samples for food testing. 2. When a consumer files a complaint in any consumer forum, no fee is required to be paid. 3. In case of death of a consumer, his/her legal heir can file a complaint in the consumer forum on his/her behalf. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only, B. 2 and 3 only, C. 1 and 3 only, D. 1, 2 and 3 8. Regarding the office of the Lok Sabha Speaker, consider the following statements. 1. He/she holds the office during the pleasure of the President. 2. He/she need not be a member of the House at the time of his/her election but has to become a member of the House within 6 months from the date of his/her election. 3. If he/she intends to resign, the letter of his/her resignation has to be addressed to the Deputy Speaker. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 and 2 only, B. 3 only, C. 1, 2 and 3, D. None. 9. Which of the following are included in the original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court? 1. A dispute between the Government of India and one or more states. 2. A dispute regarding elections to either House of the Parliament or that of Legislature of a state. 3. A dispute between the Government of India and a Union territory. 4. A dispute between two or more states. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 and 2, B. 2 and 3, C. 1 and 4, D. 3 and 4 10. Which of the following are the principal feature, S, of the Government of India Act, 1919? 1. Introduction of diarchy in the executive government of the provinces. 2. Introduction of separate communal electorates for Muslims. 3. Devolution of legislative authority by the centre to the provinces. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only, B. 2 and 3 only, C. 1 and 3 only, D. 1, 2 and 3 11. Which of the following special powers have been conferred on the Rajya Sabha by the Constitution of India? A. To change the existing territory of a state and to change the name of a state. B. To pass a resolution empowering the Parliament to make laws in the state list and to create one or more All India services. C. To amend the election procedure of the President and to determine the pension of the President after his/her retirement. D. To determine the functions of the Election Commission and to determine the number of election commissioners. 12. Which of the following are the methods of parliamentary control over public finance in India? 1. Placing annual financial statement before the Parliament. 2. Withdrawal of monies from Consolidated Fund of India only after passing the Appropriation Bill. 3. Provisions of supplementary grants and vote on account. 4. A periodic or at least a mid-year review of program of the government against macroeconomic forecasts and expenditure by a Parliamentary Budget Office. 5. Introducing Finance Bill in the Parliament. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1, 2, 3 and 5 only. B. 1, 2 and 4 only. C. 3, 4 and 5 only. D. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. 13. Which of the following provisions of the Constitution of India have a bearing on education? 1. Directive Principles of State Policy. 2. Rural and Urban Local Bodies. 3. 5th Schedule. 4. 6th Schedule. 5. 7th Schedule. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 and 2 only. B. 3, 4 and 5 only. C. 1, 2 and 5 only. D. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. 14. In India, other than ensuring that public funds are used efficiently and for intended purpose, what is the importance of the Office of the Controller and Auditor General, CAG? 1. CAG exercises exchequer control on behalf of the Parliament when the President of India declares national emergency, financial emergency. 2. CAG reports on the execution of projects or programs by the ministries are discussed by the Public Accounts Committee. 3. Information from CAG reports can be used by investigating agencies to press charges against those who have violated the law while managing public finances. 4. While dealing with the audit and accounting of government companies, CAG has certain judicial powers for prosecuting those who violate the law. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1, 3 and 4 only. B. 2 only. C. 2 and 3 only. D. 1, 2, 3 and 4. 15. The Prime Minister of India, at the time of his/her appointment, A. Need not necessarily be a member of one of the houses of the Parliament but must become a member of one of the houses within 6 months. B. Need not necessarily be a member of one of the houses of the Parliament but must become a member of the Lok Sabha within 6 months. C. Must be a member of one of the houses of the Parliament. D. Must be a member of the Lok Sabha. 16. With reference to the Delimitation Commission, consider the following statements. 1. The orders of the Delimitation Commission cannot be challenged in a court of law. 2. When the orders of the Delimitation Commission are laid before the Lok Sabha or State Legislative Assembly, they cannot effect any modifications in the orders. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both 1 and 2. D. Neither 1 nor 2. 17. According to the Constitution of India, it is the duty of the President of India to cause to be laid before the Parliament which of the following? 1. The recommendations of the Union Finance Commission. 2. The report of the Public Accounts Committee. 3. The report of the Controller and Auditor General. 4. The report of the National Commission for Scheduled Castes. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 and 4 only. C. 1, 3 and 4 only. D. 1, 2, 3 and 4. 18. A deadlock between the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha calls for a joint sitting of the Parliament during the passage of 1. Ordinary legislation. 2. Money Bill. 3. Constitution Amendment Bill. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 1 and 3 only. D. 1, 2 and 3. 19. Which of the following are among the fundamental duties of citizens laid down in the Indian Constitution? 1. To preserve the rich heritage of our composite culture. 2. To protect the weaker sections from social injustice. 3. To develop the scientific temper and spirit of inquiry. 4. To strive towards excellence in all spheres of individual and collective activity. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 and 2 only. B. 2 only. C. 1, 3 and 4 only. D. 1, 2, 3 and 4. 20. What is the provision to safeguard the autonomy of the Supreme Court of India? 1. While appointing the Supreme Court judges, the President of India has to consult the Chief Justice of India. 2. The Supreme Court judges can be removed by the Chief Justice of India only. 3. The salaries of the judges are charged on the Consolidated Fund of India, to which the legislature does not have to vote. 4. All appointments of officers and staff of the Supreme Court of India are made by the government only after consulting the Chief Justice of India. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 and 3 only, B. 3 and 4 only, C. 4 only, D. 1, 2, 3 and 4. 2013 Test Paper 1. Who among the following constitute the National Development Council? 1. The Prime Minister. 2. The Chairman, Finance Commission. 3. Ministers of the Union Cabinet. 4. Chief Ministers of the States. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1, 2 and 3 only, B. 1, 3 and 4 only, C. 2 and 4 only, D. 1, 2, 3 and 4. 2. Consider the following statements. The Parliamentary Committee on Public Accounts 1. Consists of not more than 25 members of the Lok Sabha. 2. Scrutinizes appropriation and finance accounts of the government. 3. Examines the report of the Controller and Auditor General of India. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 and 3 only, C. 3 only, D. 1, 2 and 3. 3. In the context of India, which of the following principles are implied institutionally in the parliamentary government? 1. Members of the cabinet are members of the parliament. 2. Ministers hold the office till they enjoy confidence in the parliament. 3. Cabinet is headed by the head of the state. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 and 2 only, B. 3 only, C. 2 and 3 only, D. 1, 2 and 3. 4. Consider the following statements. 1. The Council of Ministers in the centre shall be collectively responsible to the Parliament. 2. The Union Ministers shall hold the office during the pleasure of the President of India. 3. The Prime Minister shall communicate to the President about the proposals for legislation. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 and 3 only, C. 1 and 3 only, D. 1, 2 and 3. 5. Consider the following statements. 1. National Development Council is an organ of the Planning Commission. 2. The economic and social planning is kept in the concurrent list in the Constitution of India. 3. The Constitution of India prescribes that panchayats should be assigned the task of preparation of plans for economic development and social justice. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 and 3 only, C. 1 and 3 only, D. 1, 2 and 3. 6. Consider the following statements. 1. The chairman and the deputy chairman of the Rajya Sabha are not the members of that house. 2. While the nominated members of the two houses of the parliament have no voting right in the presidential election, they have the right to vote in the election of the vice president. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. 7. With reference to National Legal Services Authority, consider the following statements. 1. Its objective is to provide free and competent legal services to the weaker sections of the society on the basis of equal opportunity. 2. It issues guidelines for the state legal services authorities to implement the legal programs and schemes throughout the country. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2. 8. Under the Scheduled Tribes and Other Traditional Forest Dwellers, Recognition of Forest Rights, Act, 2006, who shall be the authority to initiate the process for determining the nature and extent of individual or community forest rights, or both? A. State Forest Department, B. District Collector Deputy Commissioner, C. Tahsildar Block Development Officer Mandal Revenue Officer, D. Gram Sabha. 9. Economic justice, as one of the objectives of the Indian Constitution, has been provided in a. The Preamble and the Fundamental Rights, B. The Preamble and the Directive Principles of State Policy, C. The Fundamental Rights and the Directive Principles of State Policy, D. None of the above. 10. According to the Constitution of India, which of the following are fundamental for the governance of the country? A. Fundamental rights. B. Fundamental duties. C. Directive principles of state policy. D. Fundamental rights and fundamental duties. 11. What will follow if a money bill is substantially amended by the Rajya Sabha? A. The Lok Sabha may still proceed with the bill, accepting or not accepting the recommendations of the Rajya Sabha. B. The Lok Sabha cannot consider the bill further. C. The Lok Sabha may send the bill to the Rajya Sabha for reconsideration. D. The President may call a joint sitting for passing the bill. 12. Which one of the following statements is correct? A. In India, the same person cannot be appointed as governor for 2 or more states at the same time. B. The judges of the High Court of the states in India are appointed by the governor of the state just as the judges of the Supreme Court are appointed by the President. C. No procedure has been laid down in the Constitution of India for the removal of a governor from his/her post. D. In the case of a union territory having a legislative setup, the Chief Minister is appointed by the Lieutenant Governor on the basis of majority support. 13. With reference to Indian history, the members of the Constituent Assembly from the provinces were A. Directly elected by the people of those provinces. B. Nominated by the Indian National Congress and the Muslim League. C. Elected by the provincial legislative assemblies. D. Selected by the government for their expertise in constitutional matters. 14. Consider the following statements. 1. An amendment to the Constitution of India can be initiated by an introduction of a bill in the Lok Sabha only. 2. If such an amendment seeks to make changes in the federal character of the Constitution, the amendment also requires to be ratified by the legislature of all the states of India. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both 1 and 2. D. Neither 1 nor 2. 15. Consider the following statements. Attorney General of India can 1. Take part in the proceedings of the Lok Sabha. 2. Be a member of a committee of the Lok Sabha. 3. Speak in the Lok Sabha. 4. Vote in the Lok Sabha. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 and 4 only. C. 1, 2 and 3. D. 1 and 3 only. 16. Which of the following bodies do not find mention in the Constitution? 1. National Development Council. 2. Planning Commission. 3. Zonal councils. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 and 2 only. B. 2 only. C. 1 and 3 only. D. 1, 2 and 3. 17. The Parliament can make any law for whole or any part of India for implementing international treaties. A. With the consent of all the states. B. With the consent of the majority of states. C. With the consent of the states concerned. D. Without the consent of any state. 18. The government enacted the Panchayat Extension to Scheduled Areas (PSA) Act in 1996. Which one of the following is not identified as its objective? A. To provide self-governance. B. To recognize traditional rights. C. To create autonomous regions in tribal areas. D. To free tribal people from exploitation. 2014 Test Paper 1. Consider the following languages. 1. Gujarati. 2. Kannada. 3. Telugu. Which of the above have been declared as classical languages by the government? A. 1 and 2 only. B. 3 only. C. 2 and 3 only. D. 1, 2 and 3. 2. Which one of the following is the largest committee of the Parliament? A. The Committee on Public Accounts. B. The Committee on Estimates. C. The Committee on Public Undertakings. D. The Committee on Petitions. 3. The sales tax you pay while purchasing a toothpaste is A. Tax imposed by the central government. B. Tax imposed by the central government but collected by the state government. C. Tax imposed by the state government but collected by the central government. D. Tax imposed and collected by the state government. 4. Which one of the following schedules of the Constitution of India contains provisions regarding anti-defection? A. Second Schedule, B. Fifth Schedule, C. Eighth Schedule, D. 10th Schedule 5. In the Constitution of India, promotion of international peace and security is included in the A. Preamble to the Constitution, B. Directive Principles of State Policy, C. Fundamental Duties, D. 9th Schedule 6. Which of the following are associated with planning in India? 1. The Finance Commission. 2. The National Development Council. 3. The Union Ministry of Rural Development. 4. The Union Ministry of Urban Development. 5. The Parliament. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1, 2 and 5 only. B. 1, 3 and 4 only. C. 2 and 5 only. D. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 7. Which of the following are the functions of the Cabinet Secretariat? 1. Preparation of agenda for cabinet meetings. 2. Secretarial assistance to cabinet committees. 3. Allocation of financial resources to the ministries. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 1 and 2 only. D. 1, 2 and 3 8. Consider the following statements. A constitutional government is one which 1. Places effective restrictions on individual liberty in the interest of state authority. 2. Places effective restrictions on the authority of the state in the interest of individual liberty. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both 1 and 2. D. Neither 1 nor 2 9. Which of the following are the discretionary powers given to the governor of a state? 1. Sending a report to the President of India for imposing the President's rule. 2. Appointing the ministers. 3. Reserving certain bills passed by the state legislature for consideration of the President of India. 4. Making the rules to conduct the business of the state government. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 and 2 only. B. 1 and 3 only. C. 2, 3 and 4 only. D. 1, 2, 3 and 4 10. Consider the following statements. 1. The President shall make rules for the more convenient transaction of the business of the Government of India, and for the allocation among ministers of the said business. 2. All executive actions of the Government of India shall be expressed to be taken in the name of the Prime Minister. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both 1 and 2. D. Neither 1 and 2 11. Consider the following statements regarding a no confidence motion in India. 1. There is no mention of a no confidence motion in the Constitution of India. 2. A motion of no confidence can be introduced in the Lok Sabha only. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both 1 and 2. D. Neither 1 nor 2 12. The power of the Supreme Court of India to decide disputes between the centre and the states falls under its A. Advisory jurisdiction. B. Appellate jurisdiction. C. Original jurisdiction. D. Writ jurisdiction. 13. The power to increase the number of judges in the Supreme Court of India is vested in A. The President of India. B. The Parliament. C. The Chief Justice of India. D. The Law Commission. 2015 Test Paper 1. Consider the following statements regarding the directive principles of state policy. 1. The principles spell out the socio-economic democracy in the country. 2. The provisions contained in these principles are not enforceable by any court. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both 1 and 2. D. Neither 1 nor 2 2. Consider the following statements. 1. The Rajya Sabha has no power either to reject or to amend a money bill. 2. The Rajya Sabha cannot vote on the demands for grants. 3. The Rajya Sabha cannot discuss the annual financial statement. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only. B. 1 and 2 only. C. 2 and 3 only. D. 1, 2 and 3 3. The Government of India Act of 1919 clearly defined A. The separation of power between the judiciary and the legislature. B. The jurisdiction of the central and provincial governments. C. The powers of the Secretary of State for India and the Viceroy. D. None of the above four. When a bill is referred to a joint sitting of both the houses of the Parliament, it has to be passed by a simple majority of members present and voting. B. 3/4 majority of members present and voting. C. 2/3 majority of the houses. D. Absolute majority of the houses. 5. The Government of India has established Niti Aayog to replace the a. Human Rights Commission. B. Finance Commission. C. Law Commission. D. Planning Commission. 6. Consider the following statements. 1. The executive power of the Union of India is vested in the Prime Minister. 2. The Prime Minister is the ex officio chairman of the Civil Services Board. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only.
C. Both 1 and 2.
D. Neither 1 nor 2. 7. The provisions in 5th Schedule and 6th Schedule in the Constitution of India are made in order to a. Protect the interests of scheduled tribes. B. Determine the boundaries between states. C. Determine the powers, authority and responsibilities of panchayats. D. Protect the interests of all the border states. 8. With reference to the Union government, consider the following statements. 1. The Department of Revenue is responsible for the preparation of Union budget that is presented to the Parliament. 2. No amount can be withdrawn from the Consolidated Fund of India without the authorization from the Parliament of India. 3. All the disbursements made from public account also need the authorization from the Parliament of India. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 and 2 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 2 only. D. 1, 2 and 3. 9. Which of the following is the custodian of the Constitution of India? A. The President of India. B. The Prime Minister of India. C. The Lok Sabha Secretariat. D. The Supreme Court of India. 10. Which one of the following was given classical language status recently? A. Orhiya. B. Konkani. C. Bhojpuri. D. Assamese. 11. Consider the following statements. 1. The Legislative Council of a state in India can be larger in size than half of the Legislative Assembly of that particular state. 2. The Governor of State nominates the Chairman of Legislative Council of that particular state. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both 1 and 2. D. Neither 1 nor 2.
12.
To uphold and protect the sovereignty, unity and integrity of India is a provision made in the A. Preamble of the Constitution. B. Directive Principles of State Policy. C. Fundamental Rights. D. Fundamental Duties. 13. The fundamental object of Panchayati Raj system is to ensure which among the following: 1. People's participation in development. 2. Political accountability. 3. Democratic decentralization. 4. Financial mobilization. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1, 2 and 3 only. B. 2 and 4 only. C. 1 and 3 only. D. 1, 2, 3 and 4. 14. The ideal of welfare state in the Indian Constitution is enshrined in its A. Preamble. B. Directive Principles of State Policy. C. Fundamental Rights. D. 7th Schedule. 15. There is a parliamentary system of government in India because the A. Lok Sabha is elected directly by the people. B. Parliament can amend the constitution. C. Rajya Sabha cannot be dissolved. D. Council of Ministers is responsible to the Lok Sabha. 2016 Test Paper 1. Which of the following statements are correct? 1. A bill pending in the Lok Sabha lapses on its prorogation. 2. A bill pending in the Rajya Sabha, which has not been passed by the Lok Sabha, shall not lapse on dissolution of the Lok Sabha. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 only.
C. Both 1 and 2.
D. Neither 1 nor 2. 2. Consider the following statements. 1. The Chief Secretary in a state is appointed by the governor of that state. 2. The Chief Secretary in a state has a fixed tenure. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2 3. With reference to the Gram Nyayalaya Act, which of the following statements are correct? 1. As per the Act, Gram Nyayalayas can hear only civil cases and not criminal cases. 2. The Act allows local social activists as mediators, reconciliators. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2 4. The Parliament of India acquires the power to legislate on any item in the state list in the national interest if a resolution to that effect is passed by the A. Lok Sabha by a simple majority of its total membership, B. Lok Sabha by a majority of not less than 2/3 of its total membership, C. Rajya Sabha by a simple majority of its total membership, D. Rajya Sabha by a majority of not less than 2/3 of its members present and voting. 5. Consider the following statements. 1. The minimum age prescribed for any person to be a member of Panchayat is 25 years. 2. A Panchayat reconstituted after premature dissolution continues only for the remainder period. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 only, B. 2 only, C. Both 1 and 2, D. Neither 1 nor 2.
Answers
1993 Test Paper 1. B2, C3, D4, C5, B6, B7, D8, A9, D10, C11, C12, B13, C14, C1994 Test Paper 1, C2, C3, B4, D5, A6, D7, C8, D9, A10, A11, D12, C13, A14, A 1995 Test Paper 1, B2, B3, B4, A5, D6, D7, A8, A9, A10, C11, D12, D13, A14, B15, D16, D17, D1996 Test Paper 1, D2, C3, D4, B5, C6, D7, C8, C9, C10, B1997 Test Paper 1, C2, B3, B4, B5, B6, C7, A8, C9, B10, C11, A12, D1998 Test Paper 1, D2, D3, A4, C5, B1999 Test Paper 1, B2, A3, D4, C5, C6, D7, D8, B9, A 2000 Test Paper 1, D2, A3, C4, A5, D6, C7, A8, D9, D10, A11, A12, C2001 Test Paper 1, C2, B3, D4, D5, A6, D7, A8, A9, A10, A11, D12, A 2002 Test Paper 1, A2, B3, C4, D5, D6, A7, D8, A9, A10, B11, C12, D13, A14, B15, C16, D17, C18, C19, B2003 Test Paper 1, B2, C3, D4, B5, C6, C7, B8, B9, D10, C11, A12, A13, B14, D15, C16, D17, D18, D19, D. 2004 Test Paper 1, B2, B3, A4, D5, D6, A7, D8, B9, D10, B11, A12, B13, C14, A15, C16, C17, A18, C19, A20, D21, A22, B 2005 Test Paper 1, D2, A3, D4, A5, B6, C7, C8, D9, B10, A 2006 Test Paper 1, A2, B3, A4, D5, C6, C7, C8, D9, D10, C11, B12, D13, B 2007 Test Paper 1, D2, B3, B4, C5, D6, D7, B8, A9, A10, A11, A12, B 2008 Test Paper 1, D2, B3, B4, B5, B6, B7, B8, C9, B10, B11, B12, B13, D 2009 Test Paper 1, C2, A3, A4, C5, C6, A7, D8, B9, A10, D11, B12, B13, A14, B 2010 Test Paper 1, B2, B3, D4, B5, A6, B7, D8, C9, B10, A 2011 Test Paper 1, C2, C3, D4, B5, C6, B7, D8, A9, D10, D11, A12, B 2012 Test Paper 1, C2, D3, A4, A5, B6, D7, C8, B9, C10, C11, B12, A13, C14, C15, A16, C17, C18, A19, C20, A 2013 Test Paper 1, B2, B3, A4, B5, B6, B7, C8, D9, B10, C11, A12, C13, C14, D15, C16, D17, D18, C 2014 Test Paper 1, C2, B3, D4, D5, B6, C7, C8, B9, B10, A11, C12, C13, B 2015 Test Paper
1C2,
B3, B4, A5, D6, D7, A8, C9, D10, A11, D12, D13, C14, B15, D 2016 Test Paper 1, B2, D3, B4. D5. B.
Practice questions on Indian polity.
General Studies, Prelims. 1. Which article of the Indian Constitution deals with the suitability of the state of India? A. Article 100. B. Article 200. C.